little bit cursed for them in general. Last year in the group of death, only taking 2 defeats to Gen G, who went all the way to a top 4 finish. And then this year, coming in with a stand-in and facing off against a BBL that looked to be back in form, at least on an individual level. We saw them go missing in stage 1. A team with high expectations after a flawless run, kickoff regionally. And then EDG off the back of a very good finish. Masters London, unfortunately, are not able to show what we've come to expect of them. Sure, the excuses are there, but this is a completely different look for a team that has some incredibly good players.
Oh, EDG come in here, 4 pistols. It's a confident buy, and well, listen, if they're going to make 12 rounds in a row, they got to start it that way. For individuals to show up, that's all I want to see, because the comeback, although Gentlemates might let this one slip, I'm not sure about BBL, and they don't have that kind of history. To swing out on the back from Con. He's being spotted. He's being blinded. He's being naded. He's being shot. He is dead. And EDG end up in a 4 versus 4 with the plant coming through from BBL, and they're looking to fight. Of course they are. Most teams would sit back, but that is not BBL style. Trading blows, though. Sends BBL flee.
Swarm with Spike.
Yeah, they're going to take this to the B, the C site, but that's if they can get past Jenny.
No fucking way. BBL EDG को 30 कर दिया.
But Jenny definitely has a good idea, but they're not even going B. He's gone all the way around the other side of the map to the C side, but the defenders have also gone, wow, okay, it's a little bit too quiet on this side. And because of that, the plant position is actually a bit of a problem. Back to the spawn Rose needs to go. The flank is now being watched.
Didn't hear each other
they're ready for the move, but it's going to be the shot coming out on the other side. A chance to stop the 13-0. And Loiter, who hasn't had to do a whole lot this game, with a chance to clutch.
Loiter
gets one. Surely not. You think the pistol round could at least be the safe haven, the safe protocol for this squad, but Loiter is brought into a 1v1. A single point of health for EDG to avoid the 13-0, and they will do it. Chichu,
they are
saves the round and saves some face for EDG at least.
It's unusual that you see Lloyd to have a quiet game, but the fact he almost 1v3s to 13-0 is a crazy way that this game could have ended. Instead, they're not going to be joining the club. Sorry, Mixwell. I know you had that tweet locked and loaded and ready to go. Instead, we'll see them now. Come in with investment. Of course, it's going to be everything. They're not going to go for any pistols or anything at this point. They're looking to try and mirror the scoreboard of the last, with 12 rounds in a row. And hey, it starts with 1.
That it does, and it usually ends with a much lower number than 14. They'll need to go there to OT. Con. It's a little bit shaky to start, and he's got him boxed in the corner. Okay, he'll deal with him eventually. Not before Lover's Rock is able to trade out. Now LaRock finds one on a Jenny, and now I start to get a little bit nervous about this. There's another weapon to be recovered. There's still a Marshall. Up close is nobody. It has been a tough game for nobody so far. And a flash through. Doesn't follow up on it. It's the players pushing B instead as he draws their eye. But now he's a little surrounded. I almost want to see him fall back with that paranoia. He has to. He ran forward. They paranoid now themselves. Chichu gets one. Many players close. But is he happy with that? Has he done enough? It's a 2v2.
His teammate's coming.
The wraparound is on the way. Nice work by Signed, and they will clean it up in the end. But danger averted, but only barely.
I'll be honest with you, like, at least some of the plays that Khan's making, I think he's just having fun with this. I think they've looked at this and gone, yeah, 12 rounds in a row, probably not going to happen. I'm just going to go fight them in their spawn and see what will go through. I don't think that they were even considering the possibility of a 12-0 return on the other side. And you can see it in their faces. They're having a good time. They know their map choice is up next. For BBL, they've just got to make sure they don't get too far ahead of themselves. Of course, EDG investing everything back into this round does mean that, as quote-unquote bonuses go, this is a relatively strong one. A couple of rifles, a Judge, and an SMG. But realistically, all BBL need is 1.
Well, EDG this time, the ones with the read, you might think. It seems a lot of players outside the C site. The spike was here moments ago, but now it's shifting back in the other direction.
Oh, area clear हो गया ना उसने call दी होगी पक्का.
Players on the C side, one sitting outside B, and that will be the one to be challenged. Perhaps not. No, they're going all the way around. It's a very slow early round. It's very uncharacteristic for BBL to not even look for a scrap at this point of the game. I think they want to close this out while it's still in dominant fashion and stop EDG from building up that little bit of momentum towards the end of the game. It will be nobody that's challenged. I said it had been a tough game for him, but that's a bloody nice shot.
I don't know where is Stan. I'm missing him.
No doubt about it.
Looking at his team.
Lover's Rock, quickly able to trade, and the rotation just isn't there. The position, though, of Gianni, he's got to get his gun out.
It's the worst gun for it.
The trip's offline, so we can actually catch them on the cross, but unlucky to not get Rose. 8 HP. TP past the wall.
Oh, good pattern.
Blinded. He's trying to deny them, but instead he ends up being caught. Him staying alive with the wall might have even been enough to potentially change the round. Instead, Chichu's going to try and maybe even run in and deny the plant, but he's too late. And LaRock's now caught him through the smoke. It's down to Khan again to keep them alive.
Khan, can you do it, brother?
A showstopper at least.
Do it? बहुत कम chances.
Rose is pretty low. He almost pulled off a 1v5 earlier in the day. This one doesn't seem so difficult, especially with Rose so desperately low. A chance to catch him through the wall. Just needs a singular bullet to connect, but Rose is now hiding behind the pillar. Not wanting to give his opponent anything, just trying to work off the time. Doesn't even care about anything else. It's ring around to Rose. He's gone all the way around behind him. He's just trying to wrap back around. Well, it might be a little bit closer. But I think Khan has got this one at least.
हो जाएगा.
Yeah, BBL though, giving them a lot of respect. This isn't just a round gifted to EDG. For BBL, they played this incredibly slow. They tried to push and pull the map. That rotation, again, great work from Jenny. Considering he had the judge, almost expected him to just stay tucked, but he almost gets away with a kill, and that HP definitely made a difference in that 1v1 in the end. So it was good work to at least get that damage, most importantly to get the information for those early rotates back. And yes, Sign might not have won the fight, but he kept him in position long enough Chichu could follow up.
Sometimes all you have to do is give Khan a chance. That's all you have to do. Like,
if he's on your team.
You give him a... Yeah. On the other team, do your best not to give him a chance, but that doesn't always work. 3 rounds, 25% of the way there. Doesn't sound so bad.
Yeah, listen, it's EDG finding the seam. They pull on the right thread. Maybe it all unravels for BBL, but seems like a tall tale for the time being. 9 in a row needed. Chichu down in the trade to start this out.
No, nobody gets Nobody. भाई ये क्या हो रहा है? डर लग रहा है. I'm डर लग रहा है.
2K for them each. And 4 for EDG now.
भाई एक राउंड निकालना कितना मुश्किल हो सकता है एक राउंड निकालने?
As I said, for me, like 8 more rounds in a row.
एक राउंड निकालना कितना मुश्किल हो सकता है?
It's possible, but unfeasible. But all we need to see is them pick up that momentum to start to feel like they're not just leagues below this squad.
I think like warming up into their own map choice is going to be very important. I think we've already seen that throughout this tournament so far with some pretty devastating defeats and then managing to turn it around. I think even look at BBL in their last series versus 100 Thieves, dominated map 2, still lost map 3. Like as long as their opponents felt like they were in it. But it does seem like the beasts from the East are now awake. And they're enjoying themselves while they do it. Some nice shots being connected by nobody as well. Gianni waking up. And you could see from the BBL side that this is now not haha, hee funny. They need to take a attack pause to make sure that this one doesn't get out of control. Maybe even learning from the mates yesterday that, okay, we want to get ahead of this because the more EDG warm up, yeah, sure. 8 rounds in a row is still incredibly difficult to do, even just considering ult cycles. But
I agree.
If there was a team with the caliber of player that could do it, it is EDG.
And plenty more teams I'd put below that caliber have done it here at this event. So for EDG, give them a chance. They will, well, they'll do their best to claim it. BBL, though, I think from the point of 12-2, you've seen that they're playing a tight game. They don't want EDG to get back into this. They believe it's possible, as they should. Kreven with the lurk has caught nobody. That's a big gap Showstopper goes through. Jenny's
nice.
got his head on the door. He's a little slow on the follow-up. Paranoia lands, but a shot from Concon. It's not just one man pushing. No, this is a strategy from EDG. They're putting the pressure on from both sides. Oh, it's a big mistake. Concon falls.
Chichu or signed kar sakte hain. At least Chichu can do it.
3 versus 2. Spike on its way to C, and well,
hello.
Yeah, well, you get the info at least.
But this
no
is the
early
thing.
flank.
Because Signed was spotted on the other side of the map, that was the immediate call from Loiter that, okay, I can now TP into the back of that site, past all of his utility. It's a gap that was exploited.
3-2.
And now the remaining 2 players of EDG look to fight for survival once again in map number 1. In the decider matchup, one team goes through to the playoffs, the other team will be eliminated. Signed maybe a little bit ahead of where BBL expected them to be. Good paranoia for the trade. Immediate onto it, a lot of damage being done, but it will not be enough. A stellar first half out of BBL. And an incredible turnaround after playing this map twice in the last few days, losing in overtime in both occasions. They have come back versus one of those teams and had a 12-0 defensive half. And they managed to get the job done on attack. The man on your screen, Kreven, was one of the big parts of that. An incredible C-site hold with the swap to the Cypher. Of course, with EDG, it will be their map choice coming up next. And they need to bounce back.
I mean, Kreven was holding C and B practically every round. They came direct, they came slow, they tried to push and pull, but nothing worked against BBL. The info game here on Lotus looking leagues better than before, and any past problems will be left there. Now, it's time to see if they can close the series or if EDG can dig deep and bounce back in the reverse sweep. Before that, though, back to the desk with Degon.
Thank you very much, Mitch. And yes, EDG staving off being on the wrong side of history, but it's just a consolation prize to get those 4 rounds on attack or on defense to try and make the scoreline look competitive, because it was 12-0 and we were frantically looking up different stats, history, through lines to 13-0s in a competitive match, especially of one of this caliber. And it was tough to find any.
I didn't have my laptop, so I literally had to go on my phone being like, yeah, I'm going to scroll through every single result that EDG has ever had in history, and I could not find a single 13-0 that was not going their way. So yeah, one pistol away, and do not forget, Loiter almost closes that out in their favor. Do you remember at the beginning of the map when I was like, oh, they play such simple compositions at the beginning of the year. They were so good at it with the Cypher, the Silver, whatnot. Kreven moves from the Viper to the Cypher. The trips that he had on C to control, that Kankan and Jenny could not do whatever they wanted to. The impact, I mean, it was, let's be honest, I think we should treat this as a 13-0. It would be in my heart.
I mean, realistically, they were one left click away from him. It doesn't get any closer than that.
EDG now.
I might be after that game. They convinced me. They absolutely just destroyed them in that first half there. I feel like EDG, very grouped, mostly quite direct, which plays in so well into what BBL like to do. They restrict the map, they fast rotate across, and every time it felt like EDG are attacking into sides with 3 or even more people on them, and they just couldn't win out those duels.
It was a situation of pick your poison. You go C, there's Lover's Rock with an operator. You go B, there's Kreven, who is, I don't know, 15-1. Good luck going there. And on A, you have the older Trident ready to take on the fight and already putting pressure, incredibly quick in their reactions and their adaptations throughout the defense. In fact, the challenge for this entire map was to get an attacking round for any of the teams.
LaRock yet again continuing his run of having plus 300 ACS, 349, the highest out of any map on the tournament so far. He has been the best player.
And you can say that all of the players from BBL stepped up to the challenge. There was a moment where they were 5-0 where we showed the player camps and I saw Rose screaming and like saying things like, there's no way you're mad at him. There is no way, like something, even on the smallest mistakes that they were making, the corrections were instant. Hey guys, there's a gap here. We cannot let this player do this. And time again, with that aggression, all of them sometimes playing these rounds where they're just, in Spain we used to call them hooligan rounds, because they go all together and it's impossible because in every situation they're going to have +1 player almost.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing for me I'm so impressed by how they managed to assess what
Teams like
happened.
NRG, Vitality तो बहुत अच्छा खेलती है.
That big overtime that they don't manage to close. They watch that game back and they figure out what EDG are doing to a T. They have literally every single answer here. So full credit to BBL and the staff behind them.
I think it goes back to what you guys said earlier on the C side, given the fact that we've seen throughout the tournament, that is just being the side to go to just to fight, to pick the Cypher, to shut that down, knowing you play on defense first. I think it was fascinating adaptation here, and it worked to the point where EDG's fast plays were not finding anything there.
It's also the fact that you know if you're going C and Loverstork is playing there with the operator. Yeah. We were watching and we were seeing it's like, oh, he gets one, he will repick.
Oh,
at some point, EDG was like, oh yeah, we can go with the Stinger and get the kill here. And it's like, it's BBL. Sometimes their biggest mistake is getting extra aggressive and just overheating during the rounds. This map, I think that it only happened a couple of times, and it never meant them losing the round. You remember we were seeing at the beginning of this replay, the Kankan almost 1v5. We would have had a very different map, I feel like, if that would have gone his way.
Yeah, but I mean, you can't help but feel for EDG. Like, the highlights of them are Kankang almost doing something cool, and then signed with the 3K, almost doing something cool.
Almost
not quite enough.
I think the additional one is Chichu stopping the 13-0 with just that pistol there, getting the big smile. They were able to put something together, but not quite enough given the deficit they were put in early on. And we're going to see what they have cooking up here for map number 2, because it's going to be whatever they came with map number 1. You don't want to miss it. You're watching EWC 2026 Valorant.
हो जाएंगे DMs. एक DM तो ही जाएगा I guess. यार मन तो नहीं DM खेलने का, छोड़ो कौन खेलेगा. Chill करेंगे यार, chill.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
खेलोगे आयुष? अभी नहीं खेल सकता, अभी वॉच पार्टी चल रही है. अभी तो नहीं आ सकता. एक DM आ सकता हूँ मैक्स. अबे
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
भाई सिनेमैटिक हमेशा अच्छा लगेगा, जितनी बार भी देख लूँगा. भाई मोदी, कल तुमने ब्राजील वर्सेस वो देखा, नॉर्वे?
Hello everyone, welcome back to EWC 2026 Valorant, as we had one of the fastest map number 1s here in the tournament in our decider match. It was BBL taking down EDG on the Lotus, 12-0 first half. Couple rounds back to make the scoreline look competitive by EDG, and we finished 13-4, and we turn our focus now to our second map. Kakuka here alongside Big Time, and y'all, how do you recover from something like that if you're EDG?
I think, yeah.
How do I recover? Please.
The good
it was
news
so difficult.
is I think this always looks like it's going to be harder to recover from than it is. I think it's harder to recover from close OTs where you feel like, oh, we should have won. If only I'd done this. Those kind of things can get in your head a bit more. I think a 13-0 is definitely a little bit more like, oh, like, there's kind of nothing we could do there. They were firing, our game plan was wrong, whatever it is. It's sort of one big...
Oh, 15-1. Good luck going there. And and on A, you have the older Trident ready. They never meant them.
That's a big gap. It's possible. Like from towards the end. Outside the C side, the spike was here.
I'll be honest with you, like, possibility. Having a good BBL, I'm a 12-0.
14
have ended.
For each
chance is now being
they
watched.
Didn't hear each other
they're ready for the move, but it's going to be the shot coming out on the other side. A chance to stop the 13-0. And Loiter, who hasn't had to do a whole lot this game, with a chance to clutch.
Oh, surely not. You think the pistol round could at least be the safe haven, the safe protocol for this squad, but Loiter, he's brought it to a 1v1, a single point
एक बुलेट चाहिए थी यार इसको यार
उसने अभी and they will do it.
क्या crazy होता है EDG 13
at the beginning of the year, to me, it was all about the breeze. It's very similar to what we just saw here on Lotus. Of course, it doesn't have 3 sides, but the feeling is the same. It's incredibly abrasive, and if I am then, I would be playing literally what they were playing at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, I want to find where the star power is going to come from, not in terms of name, but in terms of performance to match Larock, who has been an MVP candidate, despite not even making it to, we're not in playoffs yet, but the types of performances that he's been putting up have been insane.
Yeah, we have to have that conversation, especially when after these 2 days and after the daybreak that we have when we jump into playoffs, we need to start speaking about this real serious candidates. But Larock was amazing. And even though on that Lotus where, you know, some of these clutchy rounds that we were speaking, like the Kraven, the Loita, even if his name wasn't there, when you look at the scoreboard and you're like, overall on the impact that he had throughout the game, yes, it was still there. It was still leading the charts. Yeah, sure. And it's just incredibly reliable that I don't think that this happens. Like, yes, you can have a good tournament and it will be like, you know, in most of the matches you will have a good performance, but in all of them?
Yeah.
In all of them? Seriously?
It does start to get a little bit crazy for Larock with the numbers that he is putting up. I mean, it's hard for me to bet against them after a map 1 like that, but I will say, cast your mind back to that split that they played in their previous series. It was a 13-3, even more dominant than this first map was on paper, and they still lost out that series. So want to see them have that composure, want to see them carry that momentum from map to map, because if they're able to heat up like they did there on Lotus, this breeze will become enormously tricky for EDG.
Yeah, let's dive into Agent Select, as Breeze is EDG's map pick, and they're hoping it goes the same way that it did for BBL's own map pick, but they can get something going here.
Yeah, okay, so for EDG, this is more or less the same comp, but there is a little change here. When we saw EDG play against RRQ, Kang was on the Jet. He's now across onto the Neon. So I wonder, how do they feel like this is going to be able to stop BBL? Because I think Kang's Jet is fantastic.
I think it's more about creating the situations. We saw it from G2, we've seen it from other teams. You put on the KO plus the Neon, you already have the Viper, and you add on a Harbor. So you have so many walls to put up on your opponent's face, and of course the flashes to be comboing with that, and you have nobody on the Soba that also combos this perfectly. This is a perfect harmony of agents to be playing here on Breeze.
Yeah, no flashes on the side of BBL. We see this quite a bit on this map from time to time, but it's going to be hard to break through all those walls that you're talking about. That, you know, it does feel like a very targeted change to put BBL on the back foot, especially when the EDG are coming in for the retakes with that Harbor. That's what I want to see. No fighting on the side. Have some discipline and take it to BBL at the right time.
Will BBL qualify yet another EMEA squad into the playoffs, or can EDG force that final map number 3? Let's find out as we send it back on over to Mitch and Tom.
Thank you, my darling Dagon. BBL versus EDG, map number 2. And after the first one, I don't know what to expect. BBL came in on a belter. I haven't seen Kraven with that strong of a start, and he continued it in quite a while. And for EDG, the bounce back is what they're looking for here. That last map was tough, but the second half they were competing in. They woke back up, and I think BBL's setup was really the crux of it. This wasn't the BBL or a better team, but they had the better approach. Now it's on to EDG's map pick, and it started out with Jenny's instant death.
Yeah, he was trying to walk up outside of B, and they were just ready and watching for it. It seems like the defenders had a goal to get aggressive, and their goal is currently, well, it's looking like an own goal at this stage.
Can it be a 12-0
shut down early, the remaining two players having to just try and piece the puzzle back together, but well, it's looking like there's a big hole in the middle at this point.
When was the last time you saw BBL in absolutely any round with 5 players alive, sitting in their spawn with a minute left on the clock? I can't think of when that was. I'm not sure it's ever happened before. They're on a level of locked in that you don't usually get to see.
They're winning all the Bavarians also.
At least to start. But we saw it at the end of Lotus. As I said, at 12-2, there's an immediate sign that these guys, they're playing like they can still lose this game.
Well, Chichu's having a good time. He's got his little gloves on and he's
हमने तो 13 फुल किया था क्लैन पे उसके बाद हमारे भी ब्रीच था
for sure, but LaRock,
उसमें तो हम लोग क्या 11 and 0 down चल रहे थे उसके बाद हमने कमबैक किया था
of BBL to start off this first half. And I kind of want to talk about these two teams on this map in general. Of course, I liked this map last time out versus RRQ for the side of EDG, because I feel like the roles made a little bit more sense. You had that sort of more passive harbor for Signed. They gave the KO to Gianni, moving him off of smokes and allowing him to be a little bit more proactive, more aggressive. And then on the other side of things, it does feel like this map is very hit and miss for BBL. Sometimes they look like they can utterly dominate a half, like versus Eternal Fire, where they just go 9-3 on the attack. And then the next time, sometimes players go missing and they can get bodied. So it is difficult to tell if this is going to end up being a good choice for them. Of course, right now, I feel like a lot of what they ended up doing in the last map was kind of back to basics, go to more of what was comfortable for them
they lost
on this attack, almost moving as a bit of a death ball, even in just the first couple of rounds. That could be a pretty terrifying thing for EDG to have to react to.
We didn't know about the future of BBL after that first run. Their strengths were taken out of the game, were weakened at least a little bit, and we questioned, will we even see them at an international again? Certainly people out there did. BBL were aware of it.
Well, there were lots of rumors of even player changes because it was like, okay, can Lovers Rock recover to the point where if he's not playing Yoru, he can actually play to a decent level? And I'll be honest, I think a lot of those were very, very harsh to saying that we're not going to give him any time to overcorrect.
Oh fuck.
Oh, there you go.
EDG PRX both going home like brothers in arms.
That is a strong round for BBL, and again, what has alarm bells ringing in my head? Look how slow they were on that take. They waited for the drone to go out. They pushed together. They were spamming the angles they hadn't cleared. They waited for the reveal deeper, even with the advantages. And BBL are normally a team. We've seen it many times, especially off the back of a dominant win, that will come in and make mistakes because they usually don't get punished, and they give you a chance to fight back. Right here, BBL are playing tight in the first two, but that was just pistols for EDG.
Awesome.
This is the real round.
The
rifles are out, and hopefully more than one kill will be on the board by the end of it.
Yeah, but this bonus round is incredibly strong for BBL. They have come in with rifles on every single player. The weakest weapon, well, it's arguable, is either the Outlaw, which, okay, will only be one shot to one player, but normally you might see an SMG or two.
It don't matter.
They've got their credits.
It's Mickey Mouse anyway.
And for EDG, the last map
BBL gonna dominate this.
It does feel imperative.
EDG's pick 2. मुझे लग रहा है they can't do it.
Start to put the pressure on for the Turkish Titans. Well, already, nobody is going to spot things out. Doesn't have a lot of immediate support, so he's going to have to do a lot of this on his own, but he has already picking off LaRock, but the trade is immediate onto his teammate. Still, he holds
nice
the
shot,
backline, but only for a second.
That is 4v3, and Kankan
worked out so far, and now it looks to
he just got decimated.
Weapons recovered, and from a strong bonus round to an unbreakable
one more bonus round conversion. Let's go.
Your last man standing. One
minute already.
Solid start. Good flash out of smoke. Spams might have gotten him, but Lloyd was there first, playing anti-flash behind the wall and finding 3-0. That round now gets me even more worried.
Lovers
BBL look
Rock
like they're having a lot of fun.
He wasn't happy with the quality of that fist bump. That's the biggest problem that BBL is having right now. Like, sorry, bro, you didn't fist bump me well enough at the end of the round. That was a bonus round. And again, definitely not a good sign. They seem like they are going back
this is so
to,
sad.
a lot more basics. You're
Any
always gonna have problems, I think,
supporters in the
especially on
house.
defensive side when you're a team with a stand-in. Because you have to try and make sure you have that same sort of synergy you normally have.
मैंने कल ही predict किया था जीत जाएगी EDG.
So if
कल
an
ही
opponent
predict
can
किया था.
just fast-paced take into sites, which BBL are excellent at, it becomes incredibly difficult for EDG to react in the same sort of way.
Narrate versus NA would go hard for real, yes. But NRG would win easily, 2-0.
Similar start to what we saw in the previous
NRG's
map.
fucking locked in after that vitality loss.
For BBL, which they
hopefully
eventually closed out 13-4.
I predicted that.
This round, not a whole lot invested. A Bucky, SMG, a few pistols, but expectations low.
Decent
Ooh,
code.
nice shot,
Lovers was already ahead of it. The
One's
chance for the
lobster,
pistols to thrive normally
Jenny.
in those choke points now will have to
Can
be
he
towards
do
the
it?
site. The wall at least allows them closer to flash through, and that's a good pickup for Jenny. Con's there as well.
They would,
the push is coming in on the other side of the map, and nobody's fallen without anything to say for it, anything to show for it.
BBL इतना लॉक-इन होके आई ना जिंदगी में इतना लॉक-इन होके कभी नहीं आई होगी.
Back into this 3v3, they're not happy though. No, this isn't the passive team that we've seen in those first three. It's aggression now out of LaRock. I think he's 5-0 at the moment, possibly even more.
They check.
And it was Lloyd Asari. LaRock's been slower, but of course he's delivering again in the corner. And perhaps it was seeing into the future, a fourth for him and a fifth on offer. He will find it clean as can be for LaRock.
भाई तो किक पर स्ट्रीम क्यों नहीं भाई किक का कुछ तो सीन हो रहा है और किक मेरी लाइक बहुत रिकनेक्टिंग आ रही है इनकोडर से तो लाइक हो ही नहीं रही किक पे भाई स्ट्रीम पता नहीं क्या सीन है लग रहा है अब ट्विच पे चालू करनी पड़ेगी लेकिन AWC वाइज तो किक और YouTube पे ही एक्सेप्ट की थी ट्विच के लिए मैं अप्लाई तो करूंगा आज करता हूं अप्लाई
kick पे अगर नहीं हो रही तो clutched every round for like an entire map, but that I'm not expecting that to happen again. And the fact that we currently have Loiter, Lovers Rock, and LaRock all on 5 kills, 2 deaths between the 3 of them. Now I want to see a response. Now I want to see something from EDG to make me believe this is going to be a close series in the early fight. It's shaky and they're already gone. They're already dead and buried. Both signed and Jenny gone.
फिर हम चले जाएंगे कॉलेज हाँ कर सकते 5 तक.
Almost feels like an afterthought because there's going to be nobody left to lurk on.
11 बजे के आसपास का रखो ना कि मुझे थोड़ा सोना पड़ेगा शायद. 1 बजे तक.
Fury available for the post plant for Rose, and he is back in main holding.
4 match तो ही जाएंगे.
Speaking of which, look where Kreven is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He is a defender and slowly boxing them in.
भाई मुझे मेरा सामान कब देगा? मुझे कीबोर्ड का डब्बा की जरूरत है भाई मुझे.
Spin botting, I think.
कीबोर्ड के डब्बा मुझे लैंड के लिए काम आता है.
Save has to be the call even then. Look how quickly Rose moves.
Done seen yesterday.
Spawn players on doors. Chichu's going to have to fight to keep this rifle. And he's got a battle brewing on absolutely every side. Good work to find two. Every kill here is an orb towards a Viper's Pit, and that will help massively in locking down these choke points.
तेरा रैंक अप करवा देंगे नहीं मेन से नहीं खेल सकता मैं सिर्फ डब्बा चाहिए तो बना तो फिर ठीक है हाँ अभी कुछ काम है नहीं बाकी कोई और चीज़ तो डब्बा क्यों चाहिए क्योंकि मैं लैंड में जाता हूँ तो कीबोर्ड के लिए कोई डब्बा नहीं है यार तो मुझे वो प्रोटेक्टेड नहीं लगता कीबोर्ड मेरा और वो मैडलैंड का डब्बा परफेक्ट है कीबोर्ड के लिए.
Look, a crossfire where one player has his wall out.
The problem though is that you say that, but they've done the same thing on both sides of the map, and it doesn't matter who's been there. They've done the same thing.
There was nobody getting caught by the dash in as well. Yeah.
This is what I mean. I think BBL have figured out the code of how to beat a team in the stand-in, which is just group up as 5 or 4 in this case, and just hit them. Just hit them at pace, because you can't react. Like, you basically have to be trading evenly with the stand-in. And if not, like you saw with Nobody on the other side, he's gambling and they're putting players elsewhere to try and figure out a fix. And if he dies, he lost the site. That's the problem.
उसके बाद से I cannot go back to पुराना वाला keyboard.
Especially on the defense, that same synergy you normally would, the same reactions you normally would. And as of right now, BBL are just going 4-1 or 5-0. Let's just go into one site, hit it as hard as we can, and until they stop us doing this, let's just keep doing it. And wow, look at the current scoreline. They haven't been able to stop them doing it. So that's why the pause has been called. That's why a timeout has been taken, because this is now panic stations for EDG.
कितने का है तेरा वाला मेरा वाला है 6K के अराउंड 6000 का था.
EMEA team out of 5 to make it to playoffs.
अबे हॉल इफेक्ट मतलब समझ कि हॉल इफेक्ट की पता ही होगा तो हॉल इफेक्ट क्या होता है हॉल इफेक्ट इफ के बाद नॉर्मल कीबोर्ड्स पे नहीं शिफ्ट हो सकते कोई इनका हॉल इफेक्ट और SSCD
as you said call that timeout
BBL playing very slow
and they've been put under
classic EMEA playstyle आयुष मिलट करवा दे वापस अभी तो भाई
push and pull
लंबे कर रहा थोड़े से बाल
instead they're now going
टाइम मिलेगा तो चले जाऊंगा बाबर के पास
been left vastly open looking to punish our EDG
Chichu has a read कहीं ना कहीं
instead they bypass it go
haircut incoming for real भाई
Chichu going to be caught with his back turn he was worried about main but not aware of the flank possibility at least they know there's a kill on offer up close but Concon's punished immediately and it's a bit shaky for Larock
nobody's the last one standing कल देखना चाहिए था इसको अरे यार
I don't think Jenny's going to be pulled back into this
इतना भी बुरा नहीं लग रहा था तो आज सुबह वाले बाल भी अच्छे लग रहे आयुष पॉम करवा दे लगेगा सेक्सी क्या पॉम मतलब वो कर्ली बाल कर्ली बाल नहीं भाई मेरे बाल में वो टकला हो जाऊंगा बाद में I like my hair जैसे भी है एक्सेप्टेंस आ जानी चाहिए खुद को अपने नेचुरल बालों के लिए
No, they're getting
गया भाई ये तो nobody
max on almost every single player.
Never mind.
Well, there you go.
भाई BBL are just too good right now.
Go his way. That's 6-0. Another flying start for BBL. Of course, we've seen the pause a tiny bit earlier this time around, but looking very comfortable, controlled, and we should be seeing a heavy investment into this one. I'm hoping we maybe get to see the operator out from Kankan.
EDG को timeout की बहुत need है.
They definitely need something to be no difference maker.
Last map का पहले half का score पता है? 12-0 था BBL पे. EDG इतना choke कर दिया.
Kankan himself under pressure. Good job.
Baby ball.
This is a lot of targets coming his way. Dodges the paranoia. Dodges the Hunter's Fury. But can't dodge the shots from Lover's Rock.
नहीं यार straight
now
ही
it's
आ
Sign, who's being put under pressure every time. He's been caught off guard. He's been on the back foot. And indeed, he will backpedal to meet the rest of his team.
पूरा lurk है.
Lurk
मिल गया है Kraven को. They will just go B.
EDG massively rotating and they're still caught off guard. Larock walked up on nobody in his drone and nobody was covering him. Larock in from all will finally be put to bed a second time. 13-2 and the reward you get is a 3v2 retake on the other side of the map.
प्यारा मारा असिस्टेंट कोच ने साइंड इनका असिस्टेंट कोच है क्योंकि इनका कुछ वीजा इशू हुआ था एक वी प्लेयर का तो वो आ नहीं पाया साइंड असिस्टेंट कोच था इनका ये तो सेव है
I love this from BBL. You
we
have
lose,
been doing the
yes,
same
we
thing
know, I
again
know.
and again from 6 rounds.
कल नॉन्गशिम का मैच देखा था लुटस था
Everybody one
देखा था
way, send Kraven the other way.
स्ट्रीम भाई लाइव रिएक्शन है
And after they
भाई
get the opening pick, Kraven just goes,
सारे मैच स्ट्रीम के
there's
मैंने
nobody here. And I don't mean the player.
मरा भाई ये तो
They made it so easy
भाई क्या कमबैक था कल लेनेस का
to rotate back the other way, even having the TP out
Again,
from
first के बाद तो
Lotus,
हग ही
you
दिया
can
क्या
take the spike
point
directly to the site, and then they leave another lurk in the form of your most aggressive player.
रिवर्स ही हो गई
Actually, him and Lovers Rock is kind of
ओ
close.
भाई गांडी फट गई देख के हाँ हाँ पहले मुझे लगा EDG जैसे लोटस निकाल रही थी 12-0 से 12-4 कर दिया मतलब कि ये भी लॉन्गशिम रेड फोर्स का बेटर वर्जन होने वाला है इमेजिन अ 12-0 कमबैक भाई
to give him that extra layer. It's why he can push sight and not worry about that wraparound. But that's got to be a good blow for EDG. Nobody caught with 3 teammates around him in his drone. And still they're sold the fake all the while. Lovers Rock down to 30, down to 0. Right off rip. Good damage from Concon.
अभी एक्टिवेट मत हो यार I know what BBL to win.
Now they know. The spike is there. Kraven is being chased. But he's making it away, at least for now. Concon won't let him go much further. But now there's backup, and a snake bite slows him. EDG, though, they're ahead of the play, but they're all here again.
ये BBL क्या dominate कर रही है.
And BBL has shown that they are willing to fill it in.
4v4 trade हो गया चीचू पता नहीं कहाँ से. ये चीचू क्यों बार-बार B push करके मरे जा रहा है. बहुत शानदार मरा है.
Rose is
not
very
again.
aggressive. He's going to try and get past the drone. He's going to catch him while stuck in it. It's been a nightmare for nobody. And Rose can look to try and hold on to this control.
दूसरी बार ड्रोन करते हुए मरा है.
EDG. a quick kill to clear him. Too desperately
3v3 है लेकिन lurk है लड़क का.
The one healthy man, Laroc's lurk has been spotted and he's now down to just 13 health.
खाली लड़क के HP है बहुत doable है for.
He's walked back into the space.
EDG.
The knife just cleared that. You have to be suspicious, but Jenny also has to move to the side. He's got to go and help his teammates.
Nice
Brevin's now taken one down, but okay, it's left onto this man, and he's
Nice timing, NTR,
Con catches him,
NT.
and finally a round is on the board for
क्या
EDG.
BBL एक timeout लेगी, early round timeout, early game timeout.
Yeah, it's safe to say that it's a mountain that needs to be climbed, but it's one of those ones where you look back to the first half of the last map of being a 12-0 and you go, okay, at least this time they're on the board a little bit early on. I think we're seeing some of what we expect to get from Khan, him and Signed, bringing them a path back into the game after the aggressive positioning. But that has been the problem.
Momentum
shift
throughout
this defensive half. And of course, it's no surprise that there is plenty in terms of the credits. Lovers Rock buying into the operator on the attack. An investment.
इसमें ऑडियंस नहीं है क्या लाइव? हाँ नहीं ये वाले में नहीं है. 9th जुलाई से ऑडियंस आने वाली है. प्लेऑफ से ऑडियंस है. ग्रुप स्टेज पे ऑडियंस नहीं है.
You reckon they check Chichu?
9 जुलाई से ऑडियंस आएगी.
But it really depends on Jenny, and he's backed off the angle now. They start to think that this is a play elsewhere, that they have to cover off mid as the rotate comes in from
Chichu कब से ये ट्राई कर रहा था? ये तो चेक हो जाएगा. हो गया.
Chichu doesn't have backup. He doesn't have support. Even a
Obviously check हो जाएगा ये.
He'll find one. Survives a full mat spray somehow. I mean, good work from Chichu. It looked like he should have gotten nothing.
Rock also tagged low, so an advantage once again. Rose, though, instead has managed to kill off Khan. The trades again, though.
Oh no, he's freaking out. Yep.
Lovers Rock with one more catching sign, and that gives them a path back
उनको पहली बार 2 गेम में नंबर एडवांटेज मिला था.
They've left the player there once again. Lovers Rock will be able to get that planted position, but there is LaRock catching Gianni. It leaves
precise gunplay is
to try and clutch out.
Nobody can 1v2 hai.
To stop this being a one and done, to stop this being an 8-1 scoreline.
They have a stun. Nobody का reveal है. अच्छा reveal होगा तो पूरी सारी info दे देगा.
Passively, they're checking for the flank. Of course, with LaRock low, you kind of expect him to be the first to peek, but they are sitting passively enough that they just wait for this player to get a move. Stun out already, and the second player still hasn't given the game away just yet. It's the run across, and LaRock didn't even need to peek whatsoever.
ले लिया. क्या कितना क्या है confidence ही है. LaRock बोल रहा है नहीं भाई 1v1 समझ तो खेल ले मैं जा रहा हूँ सोने भाई. 1v1 ले लिया उसने.
Like look at the rotate through mid. 2v3 sign was
EMA too strong in EWC. What is happening? Yeah, team Heretics भी अच्छा खेल रही है, BBL भी अच्छा खेल रही है, Vitality भी अच्छा खेल रही है. All 3 EMA teams are going to qualify for playoff at this rate.
Reason to believe they should be elbow. A small mistake, a big mistake to be honest, and a very
I think it is Paris में ही हो रहा है ना ये. EMA has the regional advantage for it.
It's looked uncomfortable so far.
KC is cooking too, yeah. I don't think he will win.
Could be right back to winning ways. And the outlaw buy here for Lovers Rock. Look how confident he is.
NRG is
the buy that they're on. You can see
goated for them.
Double barrel operator now.
You win a round with not many surviving. Okay. Unchecked, there's nobody. They're even once again. Khan's going to try and be a little bit cheeky around the edge of that harbor utility.
They know. Check hoga.
However, BBL are just patient. They're waiting it
out.
क्या
प्यारा sound cut है ये.
Know that
they could do the funny.
Is probably the bigger risk in this one. Sign again. A 1-for-1 trade, and there's Khan to react. But once more, it goes back and forth. The advantage so this time claimed by EDG. It's up to Loiter. Now the other defender is very far away. In fact, though, as he just about rotates in, that's where Loiter makes his move. Already on 3 kills in this round, looking for the ace. But Chichu might be a little bit further ahead than
बढ़िया. What a position.
Forward. Is he looking to go all the way around?
I think he's just cutting the rotation through mid. Like that's not a position you're going to expect someone to be sat in this situation. It's usually like players on site distracted, but instead he's tucked in. Luckily, Jenny is clearing it. The mistake there could have been costly. Especially early on,
I like the idea.
Have to move.
But अगर push कर रहा था तो पूरा push करके 1v1 ले लेता.
But he does well. And I think a lot of that comes down to Chichu.
ये वाला 1v1 से पहले info मिल जाता है कि कौन है कौन नहीं है.
Either spawn or making a play like that. Good rotation from EDG. Good cautionary rotation from Chichu. He stayed towards that site for so long, knowing that TP was online.
I think, to be honest, everybody finding their one, but then it's this kill. Is Gianni making sure that
what do you mean?
You don't end up losing that fight and then
I don't
being
think so.
very cautious on the rotation. It's a second round, but 8 is already pretty good on that attack side for BBL. And there's no guarantee that they're stopping at 8. Of course, buying back up once again, but this time the Viper's Pit is going to delay and deny a lot of that A control, but it's not going to deny them the orb, which instead gets them a Hunter's Fury, and they have a Viper's Pit for a potential post-spawn. I am, however, looking at Gianni.
Smoke का sound की बहुत ज़्यादा कम होता है woman से.
You can deny a lot of that utility. You could make things a little bit tougher.
हो सकता है उसने वो देख लिया उसका और smoke जैसे जाता है ना दूर woman का. लेकिन बहुत ज़्यादा कम chances
उसके. 3 players towards the A side.
Just checked it.
Hunter's Fury fired in by the attackers. Trying to hunt down that kill.
We got 2. And he's still alive. And he gets 4 more.
Never mind. He's back for more. 3 versus 2. Advantage claimed by Concon. And the round could be closed by nobody.
Please do not get activated now, Concon.
And the fact that he didn't help with the mid-fight
makes
you think that there's no way he'd be here. Striking at just the right time. And now Kreven is impressive as he's being.
They can have
the big clutch.
I mean,
he can cross with the orb. He can put the pit down, and then this becomes a difficult enough round.
Depends if he wants to use it. Maybe one more kill and he might, but he's not going to get the opportunity.
Nobody
makes sure of it. A big round from Khan, a complete disruption of the attempted play by BBL. And again, seeing some of that individual flair we know he has in droves. 8-3 from what was a 7-1 scoreline. A pretty decent resurgence toward the end of the half. Of course, it's still going to be a mountain to climb in the second, but an 8-4 certainly looks better than where they would be at if not for some of these plays.
Well, yeah, every little is going to help. It's a damn sight better than it was last map.
इसके लिए तो टाइम आउट नहीं लेंगे.
I do think that for EDG,
एक राउंड के लिए टाइम आउट नहीं होगा.
In the last map as well, it proved to be true here more so. That on the defense, you just struggle so much when you have a stand-in. Gaps the rotations, everything suffers. For EDG, getting out 8-4 certainly makes it a lot more likely they're going to be able to trade blows in that next half and bring us all the way to sunset. For now, 5-man push towards this B site. Standing in their way. Chichu, who's been solid so far. And Jenny. A lot of utility as well that can come their way. The thing for BBL is that they're playing this so slow, so uncharacteristically slow. And I thought they were going to go for that mid-split, but it looks like the plan is just to test them in a straight-up fight.
Oh, snake bite. It's going to leave them a little bit vulnerable. First player through, though. Nobody's done well to disrupt. Trade back, nicely done by Chichu, and he's looking for a little bit more. The site hold of B.
They are. EDG is now activated. This is gonna be a good map.
And Rose is now the last man standing, and the ult is there to finish him off. It took a little while for EDG to get going, but they've at least got themselves a minimum amount of rounds, and that early blitzing has turned into an 8-4.
That's all they needed to do. The course correction here is clear from EDG. They're back in the game. If they can take a pistol, that gap closes in massively. And on the attack side, comfort should be there in a way that it certainly wasn't in the first. BBL were able to put a lot of pressure onto this squad. Whether it was the mid-splits, that especially worked wonders for them. But the lurks late with more direct A attacks, the amount of times we saw players caught off guard, and of course Signed is the one that comes to mind, but think of nobody. 2 rounds in a row, or at least in very quick succession, he is caught with a drone out. And it seemed like the game plan from EDG at the start required a couple of patches. But as we said, they got there in the end. In the second half, hopefully comfort's going to be there as well. we should see a real brawl from for BBL to try to deal with.
Yeah, I think it was much more difficult when you're going for those sort of death balls to really hold on to a lot of those early fights, and then the retakes weren't really working out either, especially with what BBL was doing of just late implants. Like, even if they sometimes had direct lurks in the form of Kreven, other times they would take a space, implant someone, and then leave. And that was definitely causing problems. On the defensive side, that's going to be quite a bit more difficult to do. And as said, like, you're going to have the same opportunity with Khan leading the charge and potential for those executions. I'm also controlling the pace. I think that will help them out quite a bit, being able to have a focus on where you choose to fight. Of course, there's no doubt that the defensive side of BBL are also going to try and put the pressure on. They're going to try and take that space away from you, get up in your face, and I think it's going to be important that they do get a pistol, but also shut that down early. Make them doubt whether they can push middle or try and play for main, or have maybe even the operator controlling some ground. If you can do that, then maybe there's a way back into the match. But even at 8-4, even with those, 4 of the last 5 or 6 rounds going their way, it is still a hefty deficit. And without a pistol round, I still don't see a way back.
I agree with you. Yeah, the pistol, I'm almost putting into their hands already. For EDG's sake, I want to believe that they can find it, but
no,
the slope steepens if that's not acquired. Presence of the A site. All 5 here. Knife sees no one close, and it's time to pick up the pace. Khan leading the charge, and Kreven on the other side giving up that space. They will play for the retake. But not that they have much of a choice.
Yeah, direct stuff. Not wasting any time for EDG. That was the expectation, but now BBL going to be patient themselves. I'm liking the position of Chichu. Maybe a chance to catch someone, but timing here is going to be everything. If he goes back through the door, even if he doesn't, it's given the game away to Larocque that somebody is going to be around this angle. He's waiting for his teammates to make a bit of a move to buy him some additional space, and the timing couldn't be worse for Chichu. Literally the second he stopped watching, and because of that, everything falls apart. Khan is all that stands in their way from this second pistol round, but he's the man that may just be able to save them. Never mind. Loiter will find 3.
I don't think I jinxed it, buddy.
And maybe a little bit wary about the time. He didn't want to give that defuse over. There was plenty, but yeah. Hey, better safe than sorry.
What do you think Larocque was saying? Can I have that? Can I? No? Okay.
No, I need mine from the shadows,
time,
bro.
It's ticking so quick, bro. I couldn't hear it.
I need it for rotation.
Oh my god,
that play from Larocque.
Oh my god, that's a shame.
Literally the second he turned.
If he could see his opponent's screen, he wouldn't have timed that as well.
No.
That was pixel perfect.
No, you'd go right after he turned.
Yeah,
that's when
you'd be looking at his screen. You'd have to turn back.
No, instead, this is while he's half turned. It's like there was never any way that Chichu could react to that.
And of all the times to get unlucky, 8-4 down in a pistol round, because that's what that is. The rest is not unlucky, but the first one most certainly was. EDG, okay. Shaky from Lover's Rock, okay, an opportunity. Sign is the one to claim that scalp, and he goes pushing further, up close to the wall. Spam's now going to come his way, and he will be taken down as a result. They still have that outlaw, though. Dangerous for so many of these players, and in the hands of Khan, it's damn right deadly.
Yeah, Loiter's the only one who can survive a shot. Unfortunately, Kreven will land his first. Nobody's managed to pick it up, but now it's gone out of the round, and everything else is literally just down to Chichu. Very well dealt with by BBL.
What a good eco by BBL.
A conversion round that sees them take.
They needed this round. Agar come back nahi hona tha to. Now it's a really hard game from here.
Going to be a deadly one.
EDG को ये bonus convert करना ही पड़ेगा. They don't have an option. अगर ये लोग bonus नहीं convert कर पाए.
So early on, this is really surprised me here today, and I'd like to look at it as the level of BBL has increased. I think they prepared extremely well for this game. Looking at the first map in particular, like that was
the Cypher change worked wonders.
Genuinely, you'll never see a counter work that well. Like, at least 99% of the time, it's not as obvious that was the counter and that was what changed it. But here, there was no way to argue it. But then coming into this map, I believed it would be a different story because it's not like we have that scenario to play out again. Yet EDG struggle now with the rifles in hand. This has to be where things take a turn for the better and a turn for the worse for BBL. Otherwise, big trouble on the horizon. Paranoia. I don't think it caught Concon. It doesn't matter. Laroc's there, ready to defend his buddy, and now tucked in the corner. He'll strike from it alongside Rose.
Nice.
Shaky, but against there. In the end, Signed and Chichu surrounded, outnumbered.
नहीं कुछ नहीं कर सकता
ये. Late play from Chichu.
They could not convert their bonus.
He's got no one to meet back up with, and 4 opponents to take down, and no
EDG
control of the
is so dead.
Any positives?
No way.
Still got Zorb.
EDG तो गई.
There's 2 for you. He's got a rifle. So there's 3. It's a lot of good things going. And probably the biggest upside to having a rifle is that he can save it for the next round. Because if you throw yourself at this one at 10-4 down, we might as well just call it GG right there and then. You're not playing for the future rounds. You're playing to lose here and now. It's not that bad if he plays exits. Because again, look at the economy. It's not like this rifle could save the day. And maybe managing BBL a little bit if he gets all 4 kills, for example. Orbs towards his ult. And it will have an effect down the line on the comeback that EDG already need. But I don't want to see him running at the site. That would be a bit silly.
But no, it seems like
भाई ये वाली vandal एकदम CS vibes है.
For BBL, this is a wonderful opportunity
just
to try and upgrade everything as they go. Go from what was
animation.
Good rifles to the best we have to offer.
अच्छा होता.
Every single one of them.
CS वाला वो वाला banner डाल दो, kill वाला, तो cards निकालते हैं ना.
Chichu, I don't know if he ended up
इस gun में
surviving
मजा आ
that
जाएगी.
round. I hope for his sake he did.
A lot of y'all are wondering, what are we gonna do if he saves the rifle? I guess we'll never know. I think for EDG, at this point, rifle or not, the problems come down to something far greater than that. BBL are on form. And thank you very much to our producer. He did not survive the round, so the rifle will be removed in the end by that swing out from Rose. For BBL, 2 rounds is all they need to close this out. A 2-0 lights out series up against EDG. The comeback for the attackers, well, certainly running out of runway. A lot faster than a Furious movie. With the smoke down, a reveal behind it. Maybe a chance if that can catch a few players, but it's not caught anything.
Oh my!
In for the double.
कोई chance नहीं है, कोई chance नहीं है.
Again, Chichu's at the double doors late to the party, and it's already over.
I don't think I've ever seen someone defend the site the way Rose just did. He ran out into the open. Like that was genuinely like running into no man's land with a grenade. Just like, yep, I'm going down.
BBL क्या खा क्या है?
I'm surprised.
They are trying.
It's literally just the surprise factor. Like, okay, at this point, let's just take risks. I've got 4 young superstars behind me that if I get nothing, it doesn't even matter that much. And it's safe to say they weren't looking anywhere else. 12 to 4.
I think our analyst desk had a heart attack. I can see Morgan sprinting over here to the desk. They didn't think this would be over this quickly. And I don't blame him.
No.
Especially not on this map. And if it was, I thought it'd be EDG dominantly winning. A great start for Chichu.
That's an important one.
Oh.
They've taken out Loiter as well.
3v5. Still doable for BBL.
The wall has also
at this point, BBL कुछ भी कर सकती है.
The push up. Kankan maybe further forward than expected, and definitely so.
Kankan ने shoot कर रहा है भाई. How are they losing?
Dealt with the operator now. Might even be worth just taking through into the next round. They do have plenty of credits to play with, but that doesn't mean you want to just hand it over to the other side. Larocque, however, may still feel like he can go for something here. They're looking to try and hunt down Lover's Rock. He's created a little bit for himself, but Larocque has gone on the other side instead. And now it's just, if he could hold the gun, and he won't be able to. Great work from EDG.
Just around.
An A hit, into an A hit, into an A hit, into an A hit, and finally, they made one of them work.
And I think no
strats or nothing, but they look strat play exact कर रहे जा रहे.
Chichu's finding the free space in the late round, so it goes a little bit earlier, and this time it works wonders. Obviously, alongside the Reckoning, which is robbing any information out of those players on site, especially the one that gets dove onto with the drone. It's a good read. Chichu was late to the party a couple rounds in a row, so this time they send him early. They're still playing it 2-2. Is it a flash in the pan? At the beginning of something we'll remember for a long time to come. 7 in a row needed for EDG in a game that they have been shut out of. They found 9 rounds across both maps so far. Aggression from Concon shuts down the quick rotation, but they haven't seen that in the corner.
Kraven goes to, kahan se?
And now he strikes from
He's
the
the
sidelines, leaving Con alone.
All
and
good
leaving
भाई
EDG
GG हो गया तो
with a trip home. BBL push through to playoffs.
Yeah, well, we saw the organization do the same thing last year, but for this squad coming into what was clearly a tough group on paper. Sure, it was a weakened EDG, but it was one that still had some bite left in them. But today, utterly dominant display from start to finish.
It'd be like that.
A 12-0 start in that first half, and they look like they might do the same in this second map as well. They didn't let their foot off the gas throughout the entirety of it, and I'm sure for EDG it is the second time at EWC that they will go out in the group stage. But it is a wounded team that I'm sure later in the year will come back much stronger.
They came in here with a stand-in and they did a decent job of it, but we could see the cracks there as expected. If EDG were on their full form, no doubt we would have gotten a closer matchup here today. But one thing is for sure, whatever power level EDG came in on, BBL have stepped up since the start of this tournament. They looked clean on Lotus, a map that had problems for them in every series so far. And now they've come through to prove that they didn't just patch it. Oh, they fixed it top to bottom. This ship has been rebuilt.
20-30 minutes.
I think Decius could tell the difference, and now a 2-0. That's got to be them stepping into playoffs with a lot of confidence.
Oh yeah, I'm not sure that anybody would like to be coming up against them, and they join the lone 100 Thieves alongside 4 EMEA teams. And do you know what? I know we always throw to Digon, but I'm excited what this man has to say. The EMEA traitor. How you doing, Morgan?
We'll hear from Big Time in just a little bit to talk about EMEA supremacy. Pacific.
Bhai, it's the third EMEA team to qualify हुई है playoffs. Playoffs में 3 EMEA team
performance here, a 2-0 map victory, series victory in the decider match here for BBL. As Tom said, 4 out of the 5 EMEA squads qualified for playoffs here at EWC 2026 as we welcome back our desk. And that is the question, Big Time. How you feeling?
He calls me a traitor. He calls me a traitor, but was I ever a traitor? Was I not a true believer? Was I not just inspiring them, giving them courage to succeed and do better? I doubt in the spirit of success for EMEA, I only push them to be even better than they have already been, and they are living up to that here at EWC.
Do never believe someone
सबसे ज़्यादा EWC में EMEA fans होने वाले and EMEA qualified हो गए ज़्यादा.
Where were you born in the
Is it a marketing scheme?
I don't know, it's just funny to see like a British boy just defending the east of the planet, and I'm sorry that it's just not working well.
I love Pacific.
You should have stayed.
I'll always have a deep love for Pacific.
You left because you thought that we were not going to be good, and Pacific was doing so good, and now look at us. Look at us.
Yeah, look, I mean, you can't get around it. The fact EMEA are looking fantastic here at EWC, and BBL are, of course, no exception. By far and away, their most dominant game so far.
Can we just give LaRock the MVP? Like, are we going to waste our times for the rest of the week?
Last year भी one of the best rookie था, अभी भी perform कर रहा है.
All of those questions I have, Diego.
And BBL को कितने
I just know that he is must watch.
LaRock को कितने बड़े-बड़े offers आए कोई reputed teams में से, even like नाम तो not exactly, लेकिन बहुत reputed teams में से offers आए, लेकिन उसने मना कर दिया. उसने बोला कि he will stay true to his region and to his team, जिसने उसको VCT खेलने का मौका दिया है. उसका ये रिप्लाई था बड़ी टीम्स के लिए, जिसको भी जितने भी ऑफर्स है उसको. And that is crazy भाई. Oh my god, लग गई. Oh, Sav, did you accept my friend request? Yeah, I did. Yep. Yo. ये प्लेयर बर्नर 2 DM के बाद देखते हैं.
Match found.
Dancing in my room. भाई इतना मन कर रहा है मुझे गाने सुनने का, पर cannot on YouTube. Oh, this is the map where they just lost. यही मैप पे तो EDG भी हारी है.
If I power down, restart me. You leave me for scrap, I'll kill you.
Fight.
It's down. It's off. Get deadly.
NRG versus Carmen Cup will be insane.
Kills. 4 kills.
4 kills.
Kill confirmed. Hostile KIA. 3 kills. 4 kills. Guy down.
Oh my God!
Obstacle removed. Shut down. Target 86. 3 kills.
Yaar.
Performance that he's given, trying so absolutely hard. It is gotta like BBL.
I love the confidence that they have. They said, we came to this tournament to win. We're not here to mess about. We're not here to get group. We're not here for a good time or good practice against good teams. We're here for the title. We're here for the trophy. They know that they can go the whole distance, and if they keep playing like that, man, they
Oh my God, it's so insane. Oh my God, that's so
It must be the best region. Some would say the best region here so far. Some would say EMEA on top. Can we get that right in time?
Waiting to kill.
Wait, camera's not on you.
There you go.
wait, okay, that's we're gonna get tied to.
Tango down.
Is on top.
We can be hammered home right now with our very next matchup. It is NRG, the reigning world champs, for that qualifier match for Group B. You won't want to miss it. Don't go anywhere. You're watching WC 2026.
Got it.
LOL. जैसे मैं जंप करता वैसे ही आता.
10 kills remaining.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
I've got all the time in the world.
I know it can come back to life and all, but bullets still hurt, so don't get any bright ideas.
My ult is ready.
डबल जंप कैसे करता आते किसी को?
Everybody, Achilles here. This time I'm standing by with Carmine Corp's Narrate. Narrate, good to see you again, and welcome to Paris. Kind of like newly adopted home soil for you, perhaps?
Yeah, of course.
We're here at EWC, and we're going to be taking a look at Summit. I want to get your initial thoughts.
It looks a bit similar to maps like Sunset and Corrode. So, I mean, it has like a new feature, of course, sliding doors and stuff, which can kill you, so that's interesting.
You shut them once per round. They're permanent. You can't destroy them. Do you think that's going to add a good amount of dynamicism to the rounds here and to the game for this map?
To me, they seem very attacker-sided. Like on defender's side, you'd never want to break them because you want to secure your rotations like through the fastest lane possible. And when you break these doors, like these chokes become very like easy to defend, it feels. It's very important on attacker side to always break these doors. But overall, like it's a cool mechanic, and like as defenders, it makes you want to like play more aggressive and not let them like have so much space.
You are playing Sage. And some of this has been displayed before, but in case anybody didn't see the show match, we take a look at some of the silly little tech that you can do with Sage walls.
Yeah, I mean, obviously I created this. Grim, I don't know this guy, like he just stole it from me. But pretty much like he showed this wall. Maybe I'm doing it incorrectly, but I just break this port off, and then you can see like the switch over, and you can see over, and you have this like really insane angle on B main.
These kind of like cheeky walls aside, obviously the Sage wall is also high enough to be able to peek through the gap in the door as well.
Every single door, like you can just Sage wall up and peek through the gap. Maybe, okay, not here, I lied. In mid and on A, you can break the door and see over the wall. Okay, I broke my hole. But you can see over the wall, you can see in bottom mid, you can see like this peak.
Do you think that Sage is going to be like a very high pick agent when it comes to this?
I'm not sure if Sage will ever be like a super high pick agent on any map, because obviously it depends on the players you have. Like if you have a really good Cypher player, you might want to play Cypher or Viper. Like Sage is just going to be like more of like a duelist type of character. Like if you're not trying to play double duelist, you might want to play Sage and just pretty much just be like a duelist, using your utility to your advantage. Like, you know, just doing stupid walls, trying to fight everywhere.
Where do you think a default will be for plants?
It's very hard to find a default on A main, because usually like on most maps, there's like a main where you can see the spike from.
Right.
And this map, it's kind of hard to see the spike from. Maybe this is just default, like in the corner, because it's like the closest available. You don't have to take any risk.
Right.
Probably this is like default.
Okay.
But if it was the best plant spot, it would be like there or like somewhere where you can be seen right here. So maybe like here.
And now how about the B side if we could fly over? Oh yeah.
I mean, this is obviously the safe plant. Like if you want to hide and plant, it's the best spot. And if you want to really play like cringy, like Abyss almost, Abyss B, you can kind of like smoke yourself off and just like spam the spike.
Right.
Probably seems decent.
A lot to still explore with this map, a lot to develop, and I'm sure that you guys are gonna have your work cut out for you ahead of that in stage 2. And I think it's probably gonna be on everyone's perma-ban list for a very, very long time.
No. It's easier to pick up a new map where people don't have any experience on than it is to play a map
Invite
where
me.
you're behind. I think a lot of teams will pick it up and it'll be fun to watch.
All right. Well, I'm certainly looking forward to seeing you guys here at the tournament as well as in stage 2. So
I wanna.
Best of luck.
I was looking at how to double jump it. मैं सीख रहा हूँ कि double jump कैसे करते हैं.
Hi guys, Ginny here, and I'm joined with NRG to play a round of who is most likely to, just to test the waters and see their synergy. I hope you guys are ready. My first question is, who's most likely to forget to pack their jersey?
Everyone said Adam except for me.
Why did you not say Adam?
I don't know. I just thought Gio would.
Gio was my second one, to be fair.
Why was there a unanimous vote, though, for?
I've forgotten to pack certain things. Oh, yeah.
Forgot his passport once, actually.
Second question, who is most likely to offer to pay the bill? All right, 3, 2, 1. Okay, everyone's saying Ethan?
I just need the credit card points, that's it.
Wait, would you ask them for the money back, or would you pay the bill?
Some depends on the occasion.
Multi-millionaire.
Okay.
Which one of you guys has the best taste in music? Wait,
what'd you say?
For me.
So school.
Oh, wow. I don't even know what school listens to.
I don't know what anyone listens to. School's been on locks a few times. I remember in Italy.
Yeah. Adam has a similar taste to me, but I guess you guys are the same probably, huh?
Who's most likely to forget where they parked?
Hypothetically, if everyone can drive?
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
hypothetically.
Okay.
Okay, ready guys?
Yeah, I'm ready.
3, 2, 1. All right, I need some explanations.
Why would you put me? I don't even drive. Exactly.
I mean, I've picked Brock, just feel like Brock's the most likely to forget where he parked.
That is a good explanation.
That's
fair play.
Sometimes Brock blanks out, and he might happen to blank out when he parks his car.
Which team member would you most likely want to be stuck with on a deserted island?
This one's kind of hard.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Brock again.
I have a feeling that he could help me with some fishing.
I chose Brock because I trust myself with the thinking part of the bench.
Thank you. Control plus jump. You can't. After jump, release the control key and jump button. Because control jump, you can't lose any speed while after you jump, release the control key and press jump multiple times. Achha. Let us try.
Oh, wow.
Who did you play?
Ethan.
Wait, why?
You're the only person who voted for someone else, so let's see.
You have no faith in yourself?
I instantly. So I put Ethan because he has the most life XP here. So.
Damn, I'm glad we're all confident in ourselves.
Which one of you is most likely to become
Yep.
a coach? All right, 3, 2, 1. Ethan.
Wow.
Sweet.
Sweet.
Yeah, why are you putting yourself forward?
I don't know.
Wait, it's so hard.
But I think I just make a good coach. I think I'm almost there as well.
Which one of you guys is the funniest?
Everyone's just hilarious.
All right, 3, 2, 1. Why'd you go for me?
I don't know. I just say dumb stuff a lot of the time, and it's funny to people. So.
Thank you guys so much for giving us a little bit of insight into NRG and calling each other out as well. That's it from us over here, and we're going to be heading back over to the show.
Yeah. अरे मिस हो गया It's hard as fuck, bhai. At least I know the trick, so मैं practice कर सकता हूँ बैठ के आराम से. नहीं हो रहा. Oh, you left here. Do you wanna do? What do you wanna play? You wanna play a game? I guess we have time for that only.
Match found.
मैच कब चालू होगा नेक्स्ट? Oh, 1:20. 1 DM हो जाएगा.
Death match. Warm up.
Let's leave whatever happens in the past.
Fight!
Don't give them ground.
Walker's dead. Buried. Finished. That's 3. 4 down.
Away.
Hello everyone, welcome back to EDG 2026 Valorant. We are now into the group decider battle between NRG and Valorant. NRG had a clue to get here by having to face both Paper Rex and then Vitality, Paper Rex, and falling just short to Vitality, which is why they were up against KC. And again, you win, you move on to the playoffs, you lose, you are done from the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been interesting for them. We know how great of a team they can be, but they are one the decider on the flip side for Carmichael. What a story. I think this is a team that people doubt heavily going into this event, but they get this win. Find themselves here in that momentum. This
almost
was the group of death, and my goodness.
And the group of death is always difficult to predict, even completely out of the box and say, hey, this team is going to have one hell of a tournament, or you go for the usual suspects. The thing is, looking at the rest of the globals that we've had, nobody would have blamed anyone for thinking that NRG and Paper X were going to be both of the teams making it out, leaving EMEA behind. But when we got in the end, was Team Vitality qualified as first with that win against first KC and then NRG. Now it's left to the North American squad and coming forward who gets that shot. The thing is, the pressure realistically is way more on NRG.
मुझे तो नहीं लगता कि KC will qualify.
KC should, and I think
no way 4 DME teams will qualify out of 4.
Actually, that's what it is, winning against the world champion.
Yeah, let's dive into that. Have been led by different players at different times, whether it's always on the last couple of matches. It's been very fun to watch multiple players step up at the right time.
I mean, I think this is a roster that has an organization that has had turbulence within Valorant, and maybe that's putting it kindly, but it does feel like something is enough here at EWC, especially in that last game. I was enormously impressed. The man who used DOS 9 there, as well as that crucial to getting them in this decider match, but I really do believe this is a stacked squad. I think we see everyone have a ton of potential to take over.
The past year, the goal of partnership back that 2024 kickoff has not been easy to follow. Being a KC fan in Valorant was not something that you wanted to wake up
10 kills remaining.
So it's good to see that now that they're bouncing back, this is a trajectory that they're following.
And the players are very aware of it, as you can see here in the road to EWC spotlight.
Lag.
I'm very happy that we managed to qualify to EWC because it's a very big step for us. We don't really care about playing against those players who were top matches and also Vitality top 4. Of course, they're insane teams, but if we manage to get out of this group, then we have a high chance to win the whole tournament.
5 kills remaining.
It was 3-5. It was they were alive. I see them both in 18 positions, and I thought we could actually win the round, and then they got kill after kill after kill. Then it's 1v1. I'm hit like 180, and like I cannot do anything about it. He won it, and then I'm relieved.
One less.
Going into playoffs is like my biggest dream I did back then, so it was great. There were 30 people just rooting for us, playing against us. It was the best moment of my life. No matter how good is the effects of the headset, you're still gonna hear if it's a big crowd. So they're gonna give us
1 kill remaining.
During stage 1, we had like, it was the worst split of my career, and I think for everyone in my team, and it was just super sad that we
Nothing wrong with that.
here just to win something and we cannot. It was a good learning lesson for all of us, and it showed actually in AWC how well we learned from it. I think we had some issues with like our momentum, I would say. We're getting overconfident, we're doing so many mistakes, and then once we do these mistakes, we get low confidence, and then it turns from up to high, and then it's very hard to play like this. It was my rookie split as an IGL, so this was for sure a part of it because I did so many mistakes, but I learned from it. That's the most important, and yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think Zeech worked a lot.
I forgot I was playing with Chan. I just lol, my bad. I just like I left food.
And he walked into this like he tried to make us stay alive again. In-game stuff is not as important as the connection between the players. The team has to be loving each other so they can be able to perform. If we manage to get out of this group, as I said, we're gonna for sure win the tournament. We might be the underdogs, but we're here to prove we're not.
That matching in Hong Kong helps a lot. Does it? Oh, I don't know. I'll try.
9th, 10th during kickoff, 11th and 12th during split 1. But then finding their way to EWC has been a boon for the squad. 4th youngest here at EWC, going up against the 2nd oldest squad on the opposite side. NA has the unks, man. G2 is the oldest, NRG 2nd oldest. They've got the experience and are trying to continue on that form from last year into this year's international.
I mean, that's exactly it. With age comes experience. 4 of these players were the ones lifting that Champions Trophy. So this is a squad that has that potential to go all the way, that we would expect deep runs from internationally, given the caliber of player. But they have found themselves here in the decider once again. Masters London didn't go their way either. Getting grouped, EWC is a fantastic chance to recover on that year and really show the true potential of this squad.
If you're new to Valorant, you may not know this, but it is almost impossible for any team to stay on top.
I'll come back when the match starts.
2020, what was it, 2023, sorry. Yeah. That managed to win 2 tournaments in a row. So it is already a difficult task to stay on top. So they could be you know, the ones that are writing that book, the ones that can continue that. It is difficult that it's going to be from event to event, but you can have good years. You can actually build a legacy with NRG. Am I still salty that they took Kiko? Yes. But, you know, they take good care of him, and I think that he is actually a great addition to this. I think that they've done more than proving what they're capable of. Their preparation all throughout Champs was beyond unreal for the teams that they were playing in. So many occasions, they read them like a book. And speaking of reading like a book, they have a lot of reps on everything, let's say. So speaking about KC and the preparation for this one, as we take a look at the map, Vito,
okay.
A lot of showings to go off from.
So NRG banning Sunset. We saw Common Core pick this in the Paper X game, but they did lose it. And then you look at Fracture is the pick from Common Core, which is where they got that upset surprise win from there. So I do think
if they lose, I'm putting this on you this time.
Look, I mean, right now I'm looking at this Vito.
If KC lose, I am putting it on you.
I like it for Common Core. I like their Fracture, and I think Haven is a map that they always love to play. They go to it a lot. I will say NRG's Breeze is for sure one of the best we have in the tournament. I think North America are so far ahead when it comes to that harbor play.
I want to know how intentional this map Vito was, because my surprise was when they were not picking the Haven, right? For the side of KC. But if you're NRG, you expect, of course, that KC is going to pick it. So if KC wants to have a guarantee on playing the Fracture, we pick it, and we know that they will leave the Haven open, because that was always a possibility, and probably they have heavily prepped for that. And we're going to jump straight into Breeze for the first game.
Yeah, very much so. This is NRG's pick. We expect them to be very, very strong here. This is the same composition that we see from them time and time again. It's a natural fit. Matter on the harbor always looks weird when I see it. It just does strike me, but I do think
it's kind of like a waste, no?
Yeah, I always struggle to understand it, but I do really feel like this is a map that they love. On the flip side for KC, they will be rocking with that double duelist most likely if everybody locks in what we expect here. Narrate onto that Jet. 11 on that Neon, where he's been so fantastic.
Yeah, we saw them play this against Fnatic in the qualifier for EWC, but Breeze has not been a Breeze for KC for the rest of the year. As we're saying, a lot of harbor, we've seen it from a lot of teams now paying dividends in those executes. Let's see if here can be the same.
1 series, 2 map wins, stopping you from playing in front of the crowd. Who will rise to the occasion? Will it be the reigning world champs, or will it be the hometown favorites, NRG and KC? Map number 1 on Breeze. On the call, it's Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much, Tigon. Here we go again. Another decider, another elimination series. NRG wanting to push deeper here at EWC. Deny Carmine Corp that opportunity to be able to play in front of the home crowd on the big stage. KC have shown that they are willing to fight tooth and nail, giving it everything that they have got. And across the course of the qualifier now to this point, we've just been seeing this steady improvement from the squad.
I agree. I mean, I think really KC has a chance here to do something real special, take down 2 of the best we have in the world in Valorant. You already took down Paper X. Now you've got a shot at the reigning world champs. Do it here in Paris on home soil would be absolutely incredible.
Marlon,
gotta get it done. NRG is so resilient, so tough. They're a team that we've seen it time and time again. Achilleos, when they go to the lower bracket, that's when they get stronger.
It's first time for me,
Started off Fracture for that second map and potentially all the way over to Haven. And a very fast opening series, so we'd love to see this one get stretched to the limits. As barriers will now drop. This was talking about it, Mata. Back over onto the harbor. Well, it does feel a little bit odd, but of course you do have Kiko looking to lead the charge with that Jet, and for now he's going to be solo saddled here on the B site. Slow creep up from KC towards that elbow position. Likely want to give that a glimpse, then potentially assess whether or not they want to go into B.
And against Paper X, Kiko was...
They are not taking any space for the contact pick.
He was their top fragger. He was doing a lot of good work. First Blood's up there.
Scuba.
Recon does not scan Scuba in this position. Crosshairs down towards mid, but now sees a gun.
Nice.
Gonna be on the
Nice one, Scuba.
11 in the rate. Both will fall. Already a Mets impact going to be found.
Yeah, that's a nice little position.
Scuba gets one more here. Dawson को भी मार देगा.
That last map, their last series. And he delivered now. Scuba hasn't had much reason to leave. Now it's going to be spotted. Redraws the weapon, decides not to go for the snake bite. It's going to be Mata getting a piece of the action. Sugetsu will get taken down. Meanwhile, Kiko trying to line it up, but Ethan will be able to claim the kill. That is now Aves just down to 40 HP. Can't use any U-tilt, can't find the shot. Brock come away with that elimination. Scuba, the only casualty. It's a very clean pistol to start for NRG.
Well, you definitely have got to be happy with the way Scuba's playing here. At times he can kind of trail behind the rest of the team, but holding the line really nicely, getting that little bit of pre-fire. Levin thinks he can maybe accelerate past it, find a timing, get the shots to go himself and get a slide in there or something, but gonna be denied. Scuba, a really nice start, gives NRG their first pistol. Let's see what KC wants to do. It's just the eco 3-2 split. Well, he's trying to toy with the map here a little bit. They've thrown the harbor smoke to get the orb at least on one side. Funnel that over into Aves. Try to get that Hunter's Fury a little bit quicker. Scuba, once again, going to be called upon.
And Jump Peak going to be going out. Snake Bite. Try to slow down the approach. Flash up over the top as well. As that 0 point, all players going to be detained at the front of this pyramid. Finally locked into position. Ethan, though, turning away from the angles. They look to try to scale forward. A little bit of ring around the roads are going to be coming through, but it's going to be the spray down coming in. Kill a piece of 3 players on NRG.
Nice.
I have the spike. Spike will be recovered.
Wall बहुत खराब नहीं. Okay,
struggling to really find any significant value here, given that it's barely been any damage suffered on the NRG players.
इतनी सारी wall दिख रही मैंने map में अभी.
Couple taps, steering him back away. Aves knowing that he kind of has to try to take a fight, but won't be able to do so. Mata will come away with the 2 remaining kills, and NRG get a flawless 2-0.
You got to be feeling really good if you're an NRG fan with how that round went. Not just because it's flawless, but because of the way they play. They buy a ton of time. Scuba doesn't overstay his welcome, doesn't try to go for the big, 3K. Sees a lot of players coming his way. Instead, he knows he's got Ethan coming over to set up a flash, to stall out.
NRG looks locked in.
Quick hit by KC. Keep them pinned behind those pyramids. Get the crossfire set up. Wait for the reinforcements to arrive. And then deal with their opponents easily. That was very, very nicely handled. Love the protocols. Over towards the other side of the map. Ethan does throw out an early knife, looking for some confirmation. Doesn't get anything with a pretty deep one, so it's going to leave the heavy stack.
They're like G2. They always look locked in.
Sugetsu did see that, so he is aware that they don't have any info.
But NRG doesn't throw their international tournaments like G2 does. That's the difference.
Duos looking for those picks. Something that was.
Your game is quite. Oh, lol, my bad.
Running up through mid, Narrate. Gonna be pushing alongside. Watching in towards that elbow position spot.
Now it should be fine.
Maybe both firing off shots there as Kiko. Gonna be playing forward.
It was my Valor preset.
Will get the connection, but can't quite chase deep enough nor fast enough to
come away with
elimination. Kiko with a Marshall in hand. Will be able to find DOS9, so 1-for-1 exchange thus far.
Advantage is straight, to be honest.
Double door position. It's just going to be a tiny smattering of damage.
Nice one, Scuba.
Continuing to backpedal deeper onto the B site. Catches Levin.
Ethan. और मारा बहुत अच्छी पोजीशन है. They won't take मारा. They take मारा.
Will be able to do so.
गलत किया bro. क्या कर सकता है?
Making their way over from B. Couple players. Very low on HP. 84 between Narrate and Aves. Sugetsu still at full with that Vandal in hand.
Doesn't even have to be headshots on anybody except Sugetsu. Guardians do some damage.
Nice shot.
Finding the first not quite ready for the crouch peek from Narrate. Scuba swing. Will be caught off guard. Sugetsu playing out in front of Orange.
तूने ही मूड बनाया है मेरा. भाई मुझे तो सबने मना कर दिया था. वरना मैं क्यों स्ट्रीम चालू करता?
Yeah, I mean, still, this is really good ideas from the side of NRG. KC able to fight back, but I think KC walked into a few traps that could have really gone NRG's way instead. With that second layer in the double doors with Mata, he had a shot just over the head of his opponent there.
345 को,
so he couldn't get the kill. Had he been a little bit steadier with the game, I think this very well been NRG's round. So I wouldn't mind seeing KC turn up the tempo a little bit. You got that neon. Use that to your advantage. Try to use it to take some space. Push forward. Get past that pyramid, for example, on the A site.
आज जल्दी नहीं हो जाएगा क्या? हाँ जल्दी हो जाएगा, एनआरजी पे डिपेंड करता है कितना जल्दी खेलेगी। आज थोड़ा सा जल्दी हो जाएगा, आई थिंक 9 बजे तक खत्म हो जाएगा जैसे चल रहा है ना अभी। लेकिन अगर ये थर्ड मैप नहीं किया तो 9 बजे से पहले खत्म हो जाएगा। थर्ड मैप नहीं किया तो
do some final checks and make sure that all is well. But NRG is still going to be in a strong position.
हाँ 530 stream damage
dealt in the round as well. They're able to take 3
almost
players out of the equation. So going to be a little bit rougher for KC to try to muster up a 2-2 score line. You see that seat get folded back up, upright position. Kiko is locking in and ready to dive back into the action. So operator is going to be online.
Tray tables up, electronic devices out. Let's go.
There you go. You have a backup career if this one falls.
I know.
Through.
Well, you know, that's what I wanted to be when I was.
मुझे पता भी नहीं था कि बाहर क्या चल रहा है, मैं तो जस्ट उठा था।
Oh.
Or up and over the top. Not gonna go for the
test.
Nice
shot, Kiko.
Find it. Gets the pop. Gets the tailwind out.
वो बाहर गया, couldn't read him.
That is a monster.
So spotted, jet spotted. Harbor spot नहीं हुआ, Viper spot नहीं हुआ।
A rocky start here, 1 and 4 so far.
देनो लेकिन थोड़ा B की side है।
I really like this idea.
इतनी रीड है इथन को I guess.
Use that neon to try to create some space, create an unfavorable duel, but Kiko just better in the moment.
हाँ जी।
This is one of the shortcomings of a composition like this. You don't have the flashes. You don't really have a great way to try to clear him off the angle unless you're committing the drone to that position. But then you don't have the drone for so many others.
Right.
Will just be the snake bite layer down here by Scuba. Still going to be ping revealed, but Kiko scaling forward, just swinging around that pillar. Finds Aves. Sugetsu now taken down. Skirting past this wall is Narrate, trying to get in on top of Mata. Might be able to catch him off guard at Nest. Morning pings to come through, but now Ethan considering a counter swing out in the mid. Looks like Narrate will be safe for the moment, but it's completely split off from DOS9, who still has the spike in hand here on the B site.
Just
meanwhile, deep disconnected position here for Kiko with it off.
The discipline from NRG is incredible. They're just so patient. They got that knife confirm, and they know they can just wait.
Tap of the plant, the shock dart. Not to find any damage on DOS9. Ethan slow on this approach. Does he suspect this tuck-away position? Well, now he absolutely knows it. Narrate gets a very nice reset, but he's zoned away. Forced away and cannot escape. Spray comes in. 4 players alive. NRG going to be bolstering that economy as they move up 3-1.
I just love the way NRG thinks on this map. Doesn't try to overcommit to advantages.
Odin नहीं ली अब तक, अभी तो गेम चालू हुई है और I don't think breach पे लेगा वो Odin.
We've got control of the site. We've got our
breach पे मुश्किल है.
5v2. We can wait them out.
किससे बात कर रहा था? मम्मी का कॉल आया था.
Let's play contain. Let's make sure there's nobody that's going to create a lurk. That's going to maybe be able to create that extra angle that can give KC some hope into this round, or at least allow them to do more damage. This is phenomenal work from them. Extremely smart play. And that's kind of what you would expect from a team that's won a world championship.
One start है.
Relatively good this year as well.
और भी स्कूबा की तो लगने वाले, लेकिन नहीं दोनों इनिशिएटर्स आ गए ना.
Not getting the trophies, but still playing very, very well.
Right, vulnerable.
Snakebite will be disrespected the push pass, but there's the
नहीं टू डाउन से recon. Nice shot, Brock. Nice shot.
Whoa. Online for the ace now. Sugetsu.
Why recon नहीं टू डाउन से?
Rewrapping back through elbow, but without the spike planted.
Brock का ace है. First ace of NRG.
Needs to die at the end of this round one way or the
Champs
other.
में मार्डा के ज़्यादा ace थे last year. In general.
Gotta give him the ace.
As a single
this is the discipline that you're talking about. They're not just running out there like lunatics. They're trying to find it.
First contact is Brock.
What team would do that?
I
can't think of any.
Yeah, I can't think of any, especially not from Pacific.
No. Never would happen.
Well, I think they have the visual confirmation. I think Mom may have just spotted him.
ये तो मुंबई लॉबी का राउंड लगा मुझे. कोई रिवील नहीं टूटा तो.
Kill him if you see him. Don't want to risk dropping any weapons, giving anything over, getting him one charge closer. Tags coming in. Brock ever closer to this one. Sends out the recon. Looking for the stun. 3 bullets remaining in this. And it's not going to be enough. So maybe a bit of an overcommit to try to secure the ace.
1 bullet था वैसे भी.
Again, Sugetsu does need to fall, so they could just leave him.
Actually,
they just let him.
Yeah, just tuck back, let him survive.
Yeah.
Play the hard eco game.
Chance ही नहीं किया.
He does not have a weapon recovered. He's going to try to maybe grab this Vandal, so okay, he makes the best of it. Now they would like to kill him.
Kuba.
They won't.
Kuba ने क्यों किया?
Able to,
बेचारा भाई कसम से.
Save that a little bit.
Kuba ने वो वाला अपनी करनी
Still another round to NRG.
Yeah, that's just a really good round from Ethan and Brock. Ethan's knife is perfectly timed. It lands, hits the entry players, and look at this. Look at the assist of that knife. Incredible, because it shuts down their ability to respond with any util, maybe create some extra smokes, creates some extra space there. And it just allows Brock to put him in the Broctagon, just shut him down. Beautiful. Beautiful.
Congrats on 200k अगर हो जाता ना भाई. मैं
scary scoreline.
कहीं घुमाने ले जाता. 200k.
One of the things that we weren't really seeing was, players like Brock and Scuba get activated in the way that we know that they can over at Masters London.
Guys, जब stream देख रहे हैं, make sure to hit that like button. जैसे NRG इनको hit कर दिया.
For NRG.
बहुत खराब था. मार्डे की position है like.
Lotta slotted all the way down.
मार्डे की position बहुत अच्छी
है. The drone goes up and over the top. He will be on a bit of an island and in need of some assistance. And there it goes. But okay, Hunter's Fury going to be sent out, and Brock is able to catch that initial tag. Just knowing exactly where the drone was coming from. Aves served up on a platter, and they still disguise Mada's position.
What a read.
He had to cancel it.
Marda.
So now in a raid, he's just going to go walking forward. Mada looks over to the right-hand side.
Right to dekho.
Would be able to see this jet. Instead, it's going to be Dals 9. First one to fall into the trap.
Usse left देख लिया कसम से बहुत खराब था.
Trying to go for the quick scope. An awkward duel here between the Jets.
But I traded now.
Narrate starts to feel the pressure. He has that spike in hand. The two players now potentially getting surrounded, but Sugetsu going to be dead on the entry. Levin now arriving, wants to try to play this patiently. Will just take his kill. But Ethan tucked away.
His position known है
Yep. The up and over attempt. The swing out and Levin.
कोई कुछ नहीं कर सकता उस point से.
Shuts down Ethan. The play can now come in, and it's down to Scuba. Clutch this out. He's not going to get the opportunity. Okay, Levin arriving when he is most needed. Gets that 3K, gets KC now up to a second round win.
Okay, I mean, this is a good recovery for KC from looked like it was just going to be another disaster of a round for them. They're able to continue that push up elbow. There's even a tag. There's even confirmation there. But it's a nice setup there with Mada, that forward positioning, waiting for that drone to tee up the Hunter's Fury to get that first pick, and you think, oh, here we go again. But they break out. They coordinate that hit onto mid. They want to collapse and clear that space. And they do so extremely well. And NRG just didn't quite have the backup from Mada there in time. Just a little bit late.
Going in off the Reckoning, dodged there by Kiko. Doesn't have that operator in hand anymore. Ethan is overcommitting onto an angle. Rather than just trying to backpedal away, their own Reckoning now going to be sent down. Kiko still on this off angle is going to be able to find one. Mada with another, but Aves pushing forward alongside Levin. Gets him back into a winning position. Spike in hand, still feeling not the most cozy to try to go for this as Brock to try to scale, and what a shot is that!
Brock is feeling it right now.
Immediately destroys him. The drone out. Quickly canceled. Worried about this potential ring around the rosy, scoop it out with the great sightlines. Spot him the one, but even with the near sight, Brock wins that fight. Spike now stranded, and Dals 9 has his work cut out for him. Given that he still has this operator in hand, not quite able to spot him until this swing comes in, and Dals 9 is not going to be fast enough on the draw. NRG.
Good round by them.
A swift shutdown. It started off as a 4v5.
Disadvantages round रख दिया.
Filthy stuff from Brock again. Ethan here just stuck in a weird spot, opted to try to go for the kill.
और अगर आपने अभी तक नहीं किया, we're so close to 210 subscribers.
Just didn't get any value.
पता नहीं कितने बाकी हैं.
So you're thinking, okay,
I
this could be the
6
door
या
open
5 subs
for
बाकी हैं.
KC.
जल्दी कर दो अगर जिसने भी
Start
अभी
doing
तक
some damage,
subscribe
but
नहीं
then
किया.
Brock shows up to the party. They've got some good entry points coming in from the doors, coming in from spawn. Nice punch back from KC. I like the idea. Curious to me, they have the hero rifle in Levin's hands. He's got the overdrive. You do have 3 sheriffs and a bandit, and Mada's already set Levin down.
Yeah, no chance for that overdrive to come into effect here. Swing the corner, narrate with a clean
204
shot.
हो गए ना 6-7 बाकी हैं 210 के लिए
He's going to be committed to this. Is that going to be an overstep? Looks like maybe not.
बाकी ना
So gets to narrate, able to find a kill apiece. We're getting taken down.
Oh, nice shot
Kiko ने. So now that late lurk.
अरे मैं देख नहीं रहा था, मैंने वो खोला हुआ नहीं था मेरा start.
Chavez has to do it all himself.
Eyes in the back of his head. Phenomenal awareness from Kiko.
The knives to be popped, and Chavez trying to reposition is just going to be caught, so it's an immediate shutdown. No hope of the clutch to come through. NRG now moving up 6-2.
अब पहले नहीं खोला तब खोला मैंने.
Yeah, just when you can hit sheriff shots, you know, it's a big difference maker. The narrate tries to be the guy. He's been so good for them this event. I've been so impressed with his play. And he's had a couple nice moments here, but it's just that teamwork, that coordination. Even though this doesn't go NRG's way initially, last couple of players really disciplined with watching their flanks, knowing what their jobs are. I cannot speak highly enough of the preparation that NRG has put into this map here. They look so well drilled. They understand what negative space they're giving up. They understand where they need to be, when they need to be there.
और सारी टाइमिंग से पता है भाई. इसे कीको का राइट दिखना और टाइमिंग पे बहुत अच्छा था.
Mid doors.
I like how that playing.
See that too often. Chavez wants to go searching for it, but
नहीं मिलेगा.
Quite there, yeah. It's going to be short.
Unable to find that Viper.
Dो spotted है ना. Scuba ने मार दिया. Mini map देख के.
Then he does.
मेरी तरह खेल रहे तो.
Counter spammed him.
Yeah, he just went out and saw it on the mini map maybe and just went for the spam.
They've dropped this pit, but already KC very much corralled in towards B. Could still go for a late pivot if Sugetsu doesn't find anything over here, but with the double stack, it just seems so unlikely. Toxic screen falling. Tuck into the corner. Mata with the shift and reposition. Two players going to be spotted off that 0 point. That's going to have them backpedaling away as Narrate try to stick around here. Just tucked in. Wait for the rotations to come through. Try to get a massive flank.
KC always wants to have that extra player behind, but so far NRG's been pretty good about dealing with that.
This still credence led to that.
Scuba
now, however, he's got the spike. They know that they got pretty good control here as DOS9 will still be able to win out that fight, but now the null command's going to be called in, Ethan. Looking to zone them away in Sugetsu. It's just a bit too whiffy. The push now coming in. Kiko ready to try to shut them down. Finds the first dashes back.
Kiko is hitting bhai. Everyone is hitting it today. Brock to bhai alag hi maar raha hai.
To work his way over onto the site to try to get that plant. The rate will just have to opt to save this Phantom, carry that over into the next round.
Eco hai shayad inka.
They end up losing this one on time.
They end up losing.
I like that Mata drew a circle with his harbor wall here.
208 हो गए भाई.
A little, little fighting ring for yourselves.
कैसे कर रहा है ये?
The Broctagon.
Yeah,
that's one way to do it.
That's true.
तेरे account है खाली इतने मोदी.
I love it.
Surround the Sova with it and let him kill off everyone who enters.
Exactly. Now,
210
first time out call.
Yeah, first time out. Feels. I already thought there was one because we had that brief little tech pause, so that was not a real one. But anyway, I mean,
actually,
it's so efficient from the side of NRG, and the way that they spread the map, the way that they, you know, look for contact. They have all these little trick and trap plays set up for you that are, you know, KC got through one of them with that Hunter's Fury round where they were able to get around anyway, but you know, it's like that pit round. Ethan's peeking from up top mid, and that's just like, Scuba's like, okay, great. I know where they are. I have the crosshair angle for kind of where these players are going to be, so I'm just going to spam through there when you see them and get the contact, and we can maybe find a kill out of that, and they do. Because they're going to have to walk through some of that Viper util. They might be decayed. They might be in a precarious position, and absolutely they were. So now a little bit of an adjustment here for NRG. Look at this. Kiko now moving over to the A side. Meanwhile, KC, a little bit of a heavy stack. Not a little bit, a lot of bit of a heavy stack.
Tens की highlights लगा दे. Tens आएगा नवंबर में हम लोग जब stream करेंगे तब अपन Tens को देखेंगे कनाडा को. वो तब खेल रहा है. Scuba तो मारेगा. Scuba ने timing रख दी.
Screen out to fall. The pit there in his face, but he has a massive opportunity.
Oh, Viper को मार दिया. He gets 3.
Scuba finds a third.
पर कुमार दिया इसने वो देखते हैं हाँ जी
The wall to fall, but Kiko there on the counter peak. Levin going to be taken down, and Doss9
Scuba
having
ने
to do it
वाइपर को
all.
मार के तो किया
He
है
cannot.
क्या crazy भाई
Oh, Scuba.
What
a
a
brilliant
round.
play. KC never had an idea. And when they found out, they were not ready for the bad news.
That's that classic trick. Hide behind the toxic screen. Wait for them to commit. 1, 2, and he gets the third.
आज तो रील्स भी डालने हैं भाई
Ridiculous, Scuba.
बहुत काम है
He just dives right in there. Incredible. I mean, again, but it's all these little tricks and traps that NRG has that KC has no response for. And it feels like NRG is a step ahead. Like they know what KC is going to do before they do it. That round right there, I guarantee they took that time out and talked about it. And now that's something you got to consider as KC. So don't be surprised to see Scuba find a way to try to punish that if they go B again.
ड्रोन भाई वो मारना कि वैसे उनको हर बार वो ड्रोन तो करना ही पड़ेगा चेक करने के लिए.
He's using that same wall setup, and if nothing else, it's constantly going to have them thinking about it.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, bit of a change up as Brock maybe to try to play in Mata. He's just staying flush against the box here at Nest.
दिख रहा है क्या उसको गन नहीं दिखी
No way to really scout this one out. Fastlane going to be committed forward towards B. Now the push coming up in the Nest, and he's out. Watch out! Way too quickly.
Oh.
It gives them potentially this entire round for free. Scuba's still here to try to hold the line as the recon will not be able to spot him out from here. Ethan at the same time, he's able to find Sugetsu on that late lurk, trying to work his way over. No way to interrupt this plant, but Doss9 even suffering some damage. Scuba is just finding so much.
Nice one, भाई क्या lucky
He can do
बंदा.
nothing wrong. He is walking
उसको
on
पता
water
ये भी नहीं यार.
until that.
2v2
Look at the damage
बहुत
dealt.
ही प्यारा है वो भी.
Doss9 at 47, Aves at 45. Scuba has already done an immense amount in this round to try to set up Kiko and Ethan for success.
Knife है पास बहुत ही प्यारा knife.
For sure.
One barrel was spotted, but Kiko finds Doss9. Aves has to win this fight and has to try to play the time. Shock dart out, fragment going to be exchanged on the other side. They have to start sticking this one right here, right now. It's not quite planted for him, but Kiko's not going to be able to hold this one up the half, so Aves will be able to clutch it. Gives KC a third round win with a 4K. But it takes so much.
Takes everything. I'm not even
Did he get out of there? I'm not sure.
I don't think he did.
Ethan को खाली cross दिखना था इन्होंने. I don't think Ethan ने देखा कि spike कहाँ पे planted है.
That early trigger pull from Mata, this is probably NRG's round. I mean, Scuba, again, love the way he's playing this. A little bit of an off angle. You know, they expect him to be tucked into that elbow position again, near that toxic screen. But he's a little bit further back on site. They don't even check him. They're just walking through. And then you get one spam through for a couple more. Phenomenal work by Scuba. But NRG even better to punch back, get a response. Aves will have his ult. Only a Guardian to back it up. Just going to see if there's going to be an outlaw in here based on the economy for KC, but none to be found for NRG. Kiko just going to go with that Vandal. Mata with the op.
And Levin's just trying to make a hero play. He knows that this pit's been evacuated, but he's still pushing through this harbor wall to his demise. Jump spot, and okay, does get the headshot there on a Brock.
Timing हो गई. Kiko के साथ.
They've done a great job containing him, not allowing him to find any value on this map.
Oh, Ethan, he's hearing the footsteps. He's out a little bit wider with Doss9 so very low. The transfer becomes all the more easy.
It is so over for KC. कोई chance exist नहीं करता था.
Bring this half to conclusion in flawless fashion. Narrate on the swing will die immediately, and it will be flawless at that 9-3. NRG showing exactly why they elected to go to this map.
So boring. Yeah. So I like how
they are really good on it. They were able to get the win
as
against
an NRG supporter here.
This was even better. This was
I like how
a masterclass.
I'm liking this.
A lot of cool setups, a lot of really good macro ideas, individual moments of brilliance, a few mistakes here and there for sure, and KC was able to capitalize. But overall, it just felt like it was on NRG.
I didn't want it for
EMEA
teams to be in playoffs. It will be so boring.
Not the other way around, you know.
Regional
I don't necessarily think KC made mistakes per se. It's
Imagine
just NRG was a step ahead.
3 to 4 teams है playoffs में. उसके बाद भी they do not win.
Multiple layers for NRG.
Some other region wins it.
Time went on from this defender's side. We'll see if the attacker side is going to hold just as many tricks and traps. America will be able to rally back into this because they really need to.
All guns here. Pacific की कोई team है?
trying to make this a fast series for themselves.
Well, and the scary thing for KC is NRG generally better on the attacker side on this map, so it isn't going to get any easier. But, I mean, we've seen KC be very resilient.
Marda cannot shoot bhai aaj.
We've seen them be able to challenge
spray and pray karta full time.
They're going to have to dig deep coming into this second half. That man right there, Scuba, put on an absolute highlight reel over on B side.
Nice, boys.
Just such a great anchor, so difficult to deal with, and I love the way that he would use his conditioning from success to breed more success, to work it against them, change his positions
make sure to hit
areas where they don't expect him to be over there. They started all from the pistol. He did it right out the get-go.
Yeah, a couple of spotlight teams with a great supporting cast on NRG. Scuba and Brock just went back and forth, trading out who is going to be the hard carry, depending on the round. But like you said, typically better on the attacker side. See if that is going to continue. KC need one hell of a defense if they want to try to run this back. Granted, after we saw yesterday, anything's possible.
True.
The 212 recovery from Nongshim.
Don't set.
Couldn't close the series, though, so.
No. But it's one of those things that will be in everybody's minds the rest of the event.
KC ने वो वन वे पे इतना भरोसा रखा है कि उसके थ्रू पुश नहीं करेंगे वो लोग.
Okay, well.
अच्छा तो KC ने क्या एनर्जी ना?
Fearlessly still just storming his way forward onto the A site. Not going to be spotted out by Aves, but they're still very suspicious of this.
Now they're going to try to sell fake over here.
Sugetsu's position now going to be known. Scuba.
Oh, nice shot, Scoop.
Still able to find that value. The quick swing, the instant headshot. DOS9 dead. Now Spike going to be brought forward, and Aves trying to stay tucked away, but that recon will reveal him. Gets an immense amount of damage on the Brock. With Scuba tagged up previously. The shock dart would kill, but he's unable to find it. Meanwhile, Kiko, massive backstab opportunity. Slowly his way back through the defender's spawn.
By EDG, एक बार 13-0 होने वाली थी, पर दोनों मैच में 13-4 हुआ है.
There's Ethan trying to reposition, but they decide to spray and pray and will be rewarded. Right with one, but Kiko now arriving on the bridge. There's the one, there's the two. The drop down the tailwind forward, something behind Orange. And right now, needing to try to check for this, and this delays them from getting onto the spike.
Still a snake bite.
The defuse having to be started. Narrate pulls off the defuse for a brief little moment.
Whoa.
But he's fallen. Sugetsu now would have to do it all. He just does not have the time on his side. Scuba will go out, find that kill.
And NRG will get
the pistol all the same.
Smoke out jaake.
There's so many layers to what they're doing in this pistol round. This is
really important. When defuse रहता अगर Marda हटता तो.
Serious amount of time breaking this one down because there's so much going on here. The initial push by Scuba, by himself, behind the toxic screen. Nobody's making any noise. And there's a slow push up over towards B. You show the Jet and the Harbor over there. It looks like that's a B hit for sure all the way. And that's exactly when Scuba decides to strike. He's like, okay, they've seen you guys. Good, I'm going to go. And he gets the kill when they're not paying attention, when they're thinking, oh, shoot, we got to get over to B. And they're able to layer in Kiko behind all that. It was so good.
Marshall brought into this one. Sugetsu with the bandit, going to be overwhelmed there at elbow.
Narrate को shut down कर दो round तुम्हारा ये
clean. To the shoulder.
Cleanly shut down कर Narrate को. Do not get his Marshall get any value. Not let his Marshall.
And NRG for now, I'm still just waiting to see if KC try to push forward, try to get information, try to make a hero play. They know that they're not going to have the use coming into this round to really be able to scout them out effectively, so they have to just do it with their own two eyes.
Yeah, this is the right call from NRG. Always have to be cautious against these ecos.
Ethan कितना methodical actually है भाई, I like it.
Not being cautious against him. Gonna get the spot.
Feeling like a yummy है भाई.
Considering to try to run him down. Shock dart, it's even going to start coming into the equation here as he's scaling forward. He's trying to get those right clicks in. That's going to be Brock. A little bit of damage. A little bit of fun on the back end. Shots to the corpse.
Pura time waste किया है ताकि.
Brock, now realizing that he has been intercepted, so will be contained away from the rest of the team, but the rest of the team pushing their way forward onto the sites. So all sites from KC now naturally have to be trained in this direction.
Screw है क्योंकि वहाँ पे.
As Brock will just go sprinting through A, maybe up to bridge and try to find a backstab
so over for KC.
Making plenty of noise and Narrate not quite registering it there. Brock
Ethan
is
देख
getting
रहा
away
है
with murder
पीछे.
again.
Ethan is watching the flank.
Yeah, there should be nothing.
Never mind,
left to
he's
do.
not now.
I mean, Levin has a sheriff, tries to do some
Masti
damage.
नहीं Ethan.
Tags up Mata.
Pico तू वो जहाँ से वो आया वहाँ से देख रहा है. Nice one. No guns.
I mean, Scuba's surviving with 2. Brock with 28. Levin will be able to find the finisher onto the Sova. Wants to try to find anything else that he could possibly get, but it will just be a bullet from Kiko. 11-3.
Easy है तो NRG के लिए.
Looking to just
मस्ती में निकाल
quickly wrap this one up. Move on to Fracture.
जल्दी खत्म करो बस.
Pretty crazy to think that that's kind of been the story of the day today. And EDG just couldn't muster up much of a fight earlier against BBL, and here, so far, it's been all NRG all day. And I'm pretty concerned. I mean, going back to the previous bonus they had where they did some serious damage. KC again.
Guys, जो भी stream देख रहे हैं, make sure to hit that
hefty
like button. We're so
firepower
close to
regardless.
hit 10 likes.
How many of those players? 2. 1 tap to Kiko's Outlaw. Still Mata with that Bulldog. Couple Guardians in there. Brock, give him the Vandal. He's been damn good with it.
Agreed.
Thrown out.
Oh yaar, NRG.
Trying to find that punish. Would have left DOS9 absolutely wrecked. Still alive and kicking as Narrate, considering the check-in towards door, but nothing to be seen there. Meanwhile, Levin taking some space in mid.
Deploying drone.
Really going to be seeing much of anything here is Kiko.
Drone की value बहुत ज़्यादा है.
Sticking around, but yeah, will get pushed back, and Levin on the counter.
drone से इनको पता है कि they will go भी यहाँ से.
That was kind of the plan here for NRG. Leave Kiko to his own devices to see if they could get a little bit extra space over towards B.
Wall will be falling, but Sugetsu's able to find that kill and drops back over to safety. Meanwhile, the pitch in from mid, still going to be coming through from Narrate.
One more trade, 2v5, 2v3.
Brock finding one. Scuba going to be pinned. His position known, but Brock just double checking up over the top of the wall.
Oh,
still
nice
going to be able to
one,
find that elimination. However, counter spray.
Unlucky.
Oh, it's the Tracers.
Kiko को उन्होंने अकेला छोड़ दिया, वहाँ पे थोड़ी दिक्कत हो गई.
Jump up, and Scuba not
quite
going to be
practice
fast enough on that.
मैं यही तो
2
practice
players
कर रहा हूँ.
survive. KC once again going to be preventing a
मुझे
bonus
सीखना है यार double jump.
Still
बहुत
again,
काम
pretty
का
good
है
damage
भाई.
being done by NRG. 3 guns dropped there.
Double jump.
A little bit of armor damage to one of the other players. Sugetsu. Nice quick reactions from him. Brock's gonna have a Hunter's Fury already here. It's like he's gonna only go for this Sheriff. Oh, what's he doing? Where's the money going, Brock?
A Marshall.
A Marshall.
क्यों? Odin के लिए क्या?
Couldn't clear the knife, so Levin gonna be able to initially thwart any attempts at
Neon spotted है, I think.
Main, but a lot of mid control here being established by KC like this. Makes it a lot more difficult for NRG. Force them into the extremities.
मैं बहुत harbor देख रहा हूँ भाई आजकल.
Feels like you're maybe willing to play a little bit
Bolt
more
तेरा वाला comp है क्या?
potentially. We'll just have to see.
Harbor and Viper वाला.
He'll take that Marshall in a hand.
That's a good question. DOS9 maybe?
Yeah, मुझे Harbor खेलने में बहुत मजा आई थी भाई.
Whatever. Ethan trying to see if he can get a rise out of them, but it's just going to be that counter spam. Narrate.
Solo इन्हीं.
Ripping away.
अरे तेरा वाला comp है ना मुझे याद आया अभी click हुआ Harbor देख के.
Had some good reads. Some good angles to
कल ही call पे
some
बोला.
targets up.
इनको अच्छा.
Will be Scuba looking for that
लेकिन
late
genuinely
work from NRG, the other 4 players. Considering the big hit, drone leads the way. Just Aves in the back. He's actually just spamming for players, just ignoring the drone.
And nothing found there. Recon out. Going to be exchanged on both sides. Ping's not found. Kiko trying to find a target, and he will. Levin's going to be taken down as Aves cleans up Ethan. Deep position now for Kiko. Hearing these footsteps on the other side. Wants to play ring around the Rosie and catches Aves with util in hand. That one over to the side. Can't quite get the weapon steady though. Will be able to take him out. The spike going to be planted. The Hunter's Fury trying to peel back some of this pressure as the rate goes up and over the top. He will be able to find just about both of them. Brock's going to be completely surrounded. Skirts back the opposite side of the wall. The kill going through the shock dart. Softening up DOS9 even further, but now he's out of util. The lower player going for the defuse. Brock trying to get the spray and pray across, but the defuse won't be stuck. As KC
11-5.
Locked around win for themselves. Still afloat, still denying that map point from NRG.
Yeah, it's key that DOS9 survives here at the end because he can get that cove up, give himself a little bit of extra protection. Gets a little scrappy here, though, for NRG, taking a lot of damage early. That really hurts them in the long run. Really causes the players to be a little bit more cautious than they maybe normally would be. So Blade Storm available for Kiko. Ethan goes for a stinger. Brock has enough for the Vandal here. Based on the previous save, Blades just hopped right off the rip and they're just going.
Fast hit, looking for the change up. Damage going to be suffered, spotted on the one. Kiko can't quite get that second shorty pump to come out, so Sugetsu staying alive for a bit. And that is going to be the retreat here for NRG, but all of this allows for Scuba to go on this insert out through tunnel.
Bro, बारिश देखी बाहर हाँ बहुत crazy हो रही है बारिश हमारे यहाँ तो.
Depends on how
बहुत ही मतलब बाहर जाने का मौसम हो रखा है. बस हम लोग घर पे बैठ के गेम देख रहे हैं.
So risk if he does, but okay, just enough of a pocket. Ethan will fall. Levin needs to not overstep from here, because otherwise that could be a weapon recovered. It's just that one Vandal alongside the bandits.
Brock can do it. कहाँ से है तो मैं गुजरात सूरत दो.
And about to be surrounded.
ये सब छोड़ तो इंस्टा का अकाउंट कब बना रहा है?
Oh, and Brock timing. Shifting over to the side, maybe a bit of an audio bait there from Sugetsu. Either way, he has been outdone. And it seems like KC not finished with this map quite yet.
11-6.
Lana trying to find that stun. Setting up the smoke, but it's just far too late. It's not fast enough. Levin has the kill. Scuba will just retreat, go for the weapon save. Carry that Vandal over into the next round, but KC get themselves up to 6.
Well, got to give KC a lot of credit. Talked a lot about how good NRG was on their defender's side, about reading their opponents. They're doing the same thing. They're finding their little individual style, their ability to hit and then run. You know, Levin plays this so nicely here on the high tide. Sugetsu doesn't go down to the shorty there, even though Scuba finds that backstab. Levin plays this round really, really nicely. Finds great times to disrespect that Harbor util. Very, very sturdy so far, RKC. So a very important round here. NRG get themselves up to 12. Get ready for the next one, but KC.
They want to try to make this fast again. Players at main could try to contain this for KC. Push forward, Sugetsu able to find the first one. Ethan trades it back. And this Brock down. Reckoning through. Blind is out. Levin cleaned up. DOS9 dead. 3-2. NRG.
Yeah, bridge ka cross. Oh, what a good flash.
Cross ke liye Ethan ne. Up to map point.
सब बढ़िया चल रहा है.
One away from the knives, one away from that Hunter's Fury. Not available to try to prevent this plant. Try to find a free, disconnected kill. Right, just swinging around the side. One makes his exit, gets it back into a 2v2. Suddenly it becomes a hell of a lot more doable. It's a swing in the corner. Narade finds another. Ethan dead. Kiko having a Kiko gets the 3K. NRG now up by 6. Map point is theirs.
Crucial था.
That got real close. KC just inches away from giving themselves a couple more rounds, at least sending it down to another eco potentially. Nice little trade here early. The setup, the 3-man stack through mid finds value. They find open space. A good read here by Ethan to get his team into a position where they can get that plant down quickly. Now facing the full might of KC's ultimates. Literally everything available. Super close for NRG. Scuba not too far away from a pit potentially. Early pit ripped by Sugetsu.
मुझे लग रहा है they might pit को crunch कर दे.
Away from that one real quick. The knives gonna go over. Disrespecting others. He's killed Narade with a Hunter's Fury.
Oh no.
Well, it's a 1v1. It's a 1-to-1.
Nice trade, yeah. Nice trade.
As Levin manages to find the kill. And you know what? If you win the round,
भाई लोग कितने defenders बन गए हैं.
DOS9 finds Ethan creeping out of nest, but he himself surrounded. Kiko able to strike.
Crunch होने वाले हैं. Oh no.
Viper now out of her pit. Sugetsu spotted a 1.
KC doing rookie mistakes.
Back into this. Reinforcement's going to be coming in, but it looks like NRG might just be quietly creeping their way back out of this.
Oh, they
hear that though.
What? They just go B from here.
Noise.
हाँ कोई बात नहीं.
An overdrive pop to expire.
Overdrive expire होने वाला है.
At all.
5, 4, 3,
realizing that the rotations
2,
have come
1,
through the plant now onto the B site, and Brock still well out towards mid. He's wary that the Viper's going to go through shop, through main.
Kiko over hit क्यों कर रहा?
He needs to try to join in alongside Mata sooner rather than later.
He's going to be able to confirm the presence of KC here.
He doesn't push this fast enough.
Nice.
Beautiful.
Exactly where he needs to be. Recon can be tucked away from, but Sugetsu still going to be known. Attention split on both sides. The wall set up to try to cut this off. The catch onto one. Eventually able to steady the spray. Snakebite over towards the arch side, but Mata's still going to be tucked over at backside. The stick having to come through, and Mata will be able to swing to perfection. Finds that elimination. It's going to be 13-6 NRG.
What a good game.
Stumbling a little bit, perhaps.
Bit random, but the period chaos 2 मिली so bad. I agree.
Yeah, this is just beautiful prep from NRG.
मिली नहीं period chaos की हर एक skin अच्छी है और उसकी knife की
absolutely nasty over on that B site. Brock as well. Some highlight reel moments.
NRG जीतती है 75% votes के साथ.
Great with the op as usual. Really good individual awareness displayed by him too. Great map awareness. Again, I'm so impressed with NRG here. Understanding where their opponents are, where they're going to be, when they give up negative space, when there could be somebody there.
Well, the boys in the black tees able to come out on top. KC now needing to find a win on Fracture. Extend this to a map 3 if they want to be sticking around. But for now, let's go ahead and send things back over to Digon and the desk.
The duel of the duelists were fun to watch, but there was clearly one winner in it as Kiko popped off and brought NRG to 13. It was a 13-6 victory here in map number 1. Breeze NRG, one win away from joining the rest of the teams in the playoffs as we welcome back our desk. It's Big Time and Kakuka. And Big Time, you've got 2 children that you've taught everything you know in this matchup. One of them having a great start, the other one not so much. And Kiko and DOS9, how does it feel to be so torn right now?
Look, I'm proud of them both for making it this far. I think Dossie's on that harbor. It's always a tougher role, but he'll be fine. He will recover. We know he can do that into the series. Keiko, I worked with him like right at the start of his career. He's grown so much since then. Love it when he goes on the duelist. That's where I work with him. That's where I feel like he's at his best on this jet, and I feel like he should win today.
So you're taking more responsibility for DOS9, but you're not. That's what I got, right?
I heard that too.
Oh, Kiko was like too long ago, but Dosha, like I know actually everything about him.
I think they're both amazing players that have learned a lot from other people, but aren't just me. Just most of it's me, but that's okay. But I do think when we talk about this map now, I really feel like NRG are so confident on this map of Breeze. I think they understand their own composition better than anybody. They know where to take these fights with the Harbor. It's so effective. Common Corp just felt like they were always on the back foot from a macro perspective.
Yeah, but especially when we're in the second half, and there was not a lot of ways that the KC knew how to deal with the A entrance and how to play around mid, something that I think on the first half NRG were doing beautifully. When we were speaking about the teams that were working Breeze, working all perspective of the maps, actually NRG has to be now on top of that. I know the BBL did an amazing job earlier today, but the work that NRG has done on this map is incredible. Seeing Kiko, the tournament that he's having, not just today, but previous days as well. We understand why you decided to take him from us. He's still absolutely brilliant. Thank you very much, Big Time.
Yeah, no, I mean, I feel like for me, it's all about the anchors on this defensive side. Yes. Scuba, I think Brock pulled his weight as well, but truly, I think on this Viper, Scuba is so comfortable, so confident. He's able to do the hard jobs of locking down these difficult tight sides. He's coming away from every situation with more kills than he should, which is incredibly impressive.
This form of Scuba is what got them the trophy last year, by the way.
Yeah, Scuba second in the plus-minus with 8 more than, I guess, the deaths that he had compared to Kiko, who, again, 22-9, was on fire here. And I like the point that you guys brought up. It was mid-control early on that KC had struggled with, and it just gave all different types of options here for NRG to execute on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, especially with the harbors, I agree with you big time in the differences that we were seeing. I like the approaches also. If we look at the Viper setups and whatnot, there were so many things different from round to round, different between these two teams. So it's good to see that NRG is good to have a victory like this one, because it was difficult for them to even go up against Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I think Vitality proved their class in that game. How good
are Vitality?
I mean, I think they're very, very good. We have to talk about how great they are. But I do think NRG are still in a great position to make it out of this group now. They've closed their map pick, but time and time again, we keep going to map 3 here. Will be Fracture next, where they've had a little bit more trouble, and stylistically is so different to this Breeze. So big adaptations throughout this series.
And things that scare me as well, when we look at the other side, when we look at KC11, bad map for him, very bad. I believe he went like 1-7 in opening duels. This is not what you want from your Neon, especially after we just watched BBL and what they're capable of doing, and all the great duelists that we get to see in all of the tournaments here and there. To see Levin in this form, I really hope that he can bounce back on Fracture, because he was the ultimate star that managed to close that map for them against Paper X.
Yeah, well, the rest of KC will need to regroup and bounce back. NRG 1 win away from that playoffs. We'll have map number 2 after this short break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWZ 2026.
Derek, अच्छा खेल रहा है काफी. 10 में जैसा खेल रहा था उससे तो like 100 times better खेल रहा है, to be honest. पता नहीं एक कार्मेन का उसमें कुछ हो जाता है भाई, अच्छा खेलने लग जाता है अचानक से.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
हो गया क्या ब्रेक खत्म? तो next map कौन सा?
Hello everyone, welcome.
Sugetsu able to find the first, but Ethan trades it back. And this Bronc down. Reckoning through. Blind.
Fracture जीत जाएगी NRG, I think.
Which was Carmine Corp's pick of Fracture. The unique thing about this is that Carmine Corp tried to gamble with their map picks against Paper Rex when they pulled out the Sunset and almost got it done, losing 13-11. And then we were on the desk, everyone was like, oh wow, you're going into Paper Rex's Fracture. This is where they get to do all of the W gaming and cross all the different ways to entry onto that A and B site. And then Carmine Corp won, and so now Carmine Corp get to use that as their unique pick here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the story for sure. I had counted them out when it went to Fracture in that last series. But they really showed their resilience, and I think they really actually understood the map, probably even maybe more than they thought they even did, to the point where They play it, they win it, and they go, guys, maybe we should be picking this. Maybe we don't need Sunset. Maybe this is the one. And that's what it feels like. So hopefully they're able to replicate that performance that we saw from them in the past today.
Yeah, and also if we add on to the fact that NRG did lose this map against PaperX, you know, if I am able to win against PaperX and PaperX is with them to
the old transitive property there, right? You know, I can beat A,
we just hope that this
C.
is But the thing is, like in Valorant, it's never like that, and it's always like rock paper scissors. It's not because you are able to win. You know, it doesn't work like that. For the side of KC, I understand why they want to feel that way. When they also want to surprise, think that you have to, right? Getting at this moment in the tournament where everything is at stake and you are not the favorite, you have to surprise. For the side of NRG, though, when they played against PaperX, I remember asking the casters, yo, how did that game go? And they said that NRG were always in control. The problem is that PaperX was getting a lot of momentum because at the beginning of each half, they were getting a lot of rounds on the board, and bouncing back from that was getting more and more complicated. And at the end of the day, it was PaperX Fracture. So, of course, it's not something that they were exactly bad at.
Look, for me, I'm still believing in the hero's journey here for Common Core. You know, they faced that adversity. It's tough. Then the bounce back. We're on.
बहुत सारे वो जीत गए थे वो लोग. क्या बोल हीरो लाउस बहुत सारे निकाल दिए थे. लाइक जिंग का अल्ट वाला सी उसने 3 मार दिए थे एनआरजी पे. तो वो सब हीरो लाउस की वजह से पेपरएक्स निकाल दी थी. अगर realistically logically बोले तो.
You know, shooter's gonna shoot. Geez, it gives you a massive advantage. Breeze being one. And I think Fracture being one.
I think Fracture plays so differently to all the other maps in the pool, right? That's why it's very Marmite. You love it.
You're either very good or you're very bad. Like it is difficult to when there's two teams that are good at it, that there is, I would say, a bigger difference because you'd see who understands it better.
Yeah, I mean, and it's also the reason why a lot of teams and players really don't like this map, because you have to play it so differently. You see the roles have to shift around. It's, you know, the only one in the pool now where we see a lot of Brimstone, very different for the Smokes players. Like, it does feel different to play. So NRG, it did look like a weakness when we saw it from them last. It's more about if they were prepared for it coming up in this veto. How much work have they put in since we last saw it against PaperX? And for Common Core, how much have they been able to improve on what they were able to do in that great upset?
And Fracture, it's already a difficult map. If we think about it from the angle of all the metas that we've had, what has been strong, how Viper has been slowly, for some reason, leaving most of the maps now, how the double duelist is played, how you still have to manage to keep control of some part of the maps. Looking forward to see if we get to explain on this map, because actually in EMEA, they had one of the better understandings. But on this one, I feel like I have to be on NRG's boat. I feel like they will continue that performance that they were having on Breeze, because seriously, they were just the better team.
Wow, that's some serious EMEA doubt from you. Not me, the truest of believers. Common Core turn this around. They run the bracket. You gotta stop believing people. Now is the time.
I gotta give them both. I gotta give them both.
All right, we're diving into Agent Select now. It will be Carmine Corp on defense first, running that double duelist, the same composition that we saw them run earlier against PaperX.
Yeah, so this is both what we would expect from them. The only difference here is that Raze versus the Waylay. Now, for me in general, I like how Americas uses the Waylay. I feel like they're the most ahead in terms of that. Look for these cheeky set places. The Saturate can find a lot of value on this map, as well as that double dash to create a lot of space. Raze is trying to do the same thing with those satchels, but ultimately, there'll be a lot of mutual understanding across this on how each team likes to play.
You need to control the map, especially when there are two Phoenixes on play, and I want to see players like Suigetsu, for example, stepping up a little bit, but Casey from this defense needs to fight. If control of the tempo falls into the hands of NRG, this might be a quick map.
Backs against the wall, but the blue wall stands with it. It's Carmine Corp needing 2 map wins to make it to the playoffs. NRG have done the tough work of winning their map pick. Now will they be able to get the upset and move on to the playoffs? Let's find out with this Group B decider, map number 2, KC versus NRG.
The Fracture has been a tricky one for NRG, dominant regionally, but struggling whenever they get to the internationals. Dispatched on that map by PaperX, a 13-9 scoreline in favor of SEA squad. NRG not been able to find a win on it since playing back in Americas.
Yeah, a little bit of a tough go of them for a map I'm sure they felt very comfortable on coming into London, but you know, ran into Foot, lost to them. They've lost to PaperX on this map too. Whereas KC, on the other hand, just beat Paper Rex and looked really clean about it. Had some really good ideas, I think, especially with Narrate, with the Phoenix using his ult to often counter Jing's Ray's ult. Now, that's not going to necessarily need to be the case here. So then I look at Kiko, think, hey, man, did you see what he's doing yesterday? You know, there's a Raze on the other side there. Maybe. You can try and mimic some of that, but we'll have to wait and see. But KC, I just thought, had a really good general idea of how to play the map. Like they controlled space well. They took their moments. They were countering whatever Paper X wanted to do. They were able to kind of work the map in different ideas that kept Paper X guessing. So for NRG, you know, was that what you saw the other day enough here to give you the read? Was Bonkar able to put together another masterclass?
Armada offering up that Sheriff over to Brock, getting that into his hands, ensuring that he's able to have those 3 Sky Smokes as well. Push to the corner, it's going to be Narrate taking that first kill. Levin, however, going to be taking quite a bit of damage.
Nice one, Kiko.
Taking both of them down.
What a positive trade rate is.
Blaze Wall. As well as that Haunt going to be chucked out Sugetsu just to say tucked into the corner, but likely would have been spotted. He's going to try to play the rest of this out a little bit more quietly. Flyer going to be cleared. Nice. Ethan staying entrenched here at the spike, has that frenzy, wants them to get up close and personal with him, but weapon now will be heard. Molly as well going to be sent out at his feet. Takes him a little bit low. He's able to find a 3rd kill. Ethan with 1 as well. Now it's just Sugetsu tagged to 24.
NRG is
somehow trying
one of the least teams to clutch on.
3K out of the hat.
Still
has to re-clear the entirety of the site, drops back down. Has not been able to hold this to happen. All the mollies later. Kiko gets a 4K.
What a good start by him.
That is a scary way for NRG to start
back to you list.
2 charges from having that ult online.
I mean, you basically feel like he's 100% going to have it for the bonus. It could even get it in the next round. Not going to want to use it most likely, but it's a little bit of a weird start here. Nice high-low setup for KC, but this round to me was all about the counters from NRG. It's that flash from Kiko into the double kill, and then when there's the molly onto site, the prowler into the molly onto Ethan, that's when NRG actually swings to bail him out. Those are really good individual calls, individual decisions in the heat of the moment that win NRG that pistol and keep the ball rolling for them. Couple rifles, Kiko Brock gonna be swinging with the Vandals. Sheriffs, and Mata with the Marshal. 4-man push. DOS9 Sugetsu, and immediately down and dusted. Brock, Kiko, the Vandals making quick work of him.
Yeah, and with that kill, Kiko 1 away, so could just give him the spike, go for the plant. Meanwhile, they're going to try to overwhelm Mata, who's having some uncharacteristic whiffs with that Marshal, just can't quite connect him. So orb grab, as well as that kill over to the hands of Narrate, who's now also 1 charge away. You can put that Marshal to use. The players still working their way over towards B.
Play a bit of post plant here. Have a lot for this. Sees, couple mollies.
I don't think Marda had a weapon.
Unlucky I think just want to die to the spike at this point.
Yep.
Maybe Narrate.
Probably for the best. Shall to at least check the corner, see if they can get a freebie. Blazewall will be invested in this, but there's the molly, and there's the spam, Brock. Exactly who you want to be able to scoop up these remaining kills. Get towards that orbital. Second molly goes in. And Aves and Levin will go down. No one going to be giving him the angle. Aves will just fall to the spike alongside the Raze, and that's going to be a clean 2-0 start for NRG.
Now this next round gets really interesting because both Phoenixes have to run it back. So generally, as the defender, you're going to want to hang on to yours. You're going to want to wait until your opponent uses theirs before you start trying to make a move, before you kind of have to react, unless you've got some kind of crazy good set play in the back, which I wouldn't mind here as KC. I want to see them get a little bit more proactive on the extremities of the map. They've tried, they've been shut down, but you got to keep pressing as the defenders. You got to keep looking for those extra angles, extra advantages. So it looks like Aves, again, he was widely left pretty unchecked at dish against Paper Rex, but NRG wants to test him early. I think this, again, screams good homework to me, because I think this was an opportunity that Paper Rex never really capitalized on, was how often Aves was just on his own. you could at least clear this space. You don't have to necessarily go for the big hit, but they're going to try.
Comes that running back, but Kiko will be grabbed by the C's. Trying to counter spray him out. Avaz on the reposition just here alongside drop. Jumps up and over the top. It's quite a bit of damage, but will be able to get the jump on Kiko right as he snaps back. And Brock dead to the nade. KC lights out on this anti-bonus. Completely smothering NRG and catching them off guard.
I feel like I've seen that play before. That's really nicely done by Avaz.
He rescales forward, wants to try to get this elimination. Extra charge towards the Nightfall.
What happened?
Scuba doesn't even really go for this at all, or does he just drift back?
I mean, it's just execute him, yeah.
5, so it seems like he's just going to patiently wait, see if anyone comes exploring, which Levin might just do. A couple players going to be working their way through. He hears that noise. But with a haunt, that's going to force his hand. As here comes the spam. Sugetsu will be the one to collect it. And KC get themselves on the board.
Yeah, this is what was working so well for KC against Paper Rex, was their ability to react to the fast hits in really interesting and smart ways. And also it's just the tempo that they're willing to play at. Like, you want to play fast? We will absolutely be matching that with our rotations on the defender side. But Avez doing a great job again, buying a little bit of time and then making a cheeky little maneuver while NRG is dropping down into sight, uses that seize to stall them out a little bit. They just want to press forward. They're just committed to that hit all the way. Navez plays it beautifully. Tees up, I think it was DOS9 who got a couple kills on the backside there. Big round. Speaking of DOS9, going to get his ult from that orb grab.
Nothing spotted on this side. Prowler, I think, was not heard over at B, so the attempted fake not really going to be filmed for here. They're still suspicious about it, but they also have these double trips situated. Now the cloud smoke's going down. Sky smokes as well as that double dash forward. They can become increasingly convinced that this is going to be an A hit. Spike could be passed over into the hands of Mata, try to get that convergent paths online. Reassesses his plant spot, and that's going to be the orbital out very early. Mata can now go for this one safely.
Nice patience being shown there.
Can he escape is going to be the big question. He'll just be left on a bit of an island. DOS9 assessing where he wants to set up these smokes. Meanwhile, the fight going to be coming in. Narade winning that one out. Kiko going to be struck down. Molly now forward at their feet, but Narade gets past it. Eventually going to be flushed out his block. Re-swings that corner, clears him out, but that is going to be significant damage suffered now by NRG. Scuba, however, on this flank could be their undoing. Finds the first, needs to look for a hell of a lot more, though. The last one standing, the drop down to his demise, who gets from Sands, cleans it up, and KC
eating in front of
tie it up at 2-2.
This is great play from Narade again. He is so locked in on Phoenix on this map. And he breaks out of a tough situation there.
Hungry.
NRG throwing a lot of util at the door. The smokes are there. But that first flash, so good. Finally stopped by Brock. Scuba's lurk took a long time to really come to fruition. That's going to be an early timeout here from Bonkar. Already seeing some things he doesn't like and what's going on with his team. And I think probably wants to maybe talk about some of these post-plant setups a little bit more. Like the idea on the pistol. They had some help for that player that goes for the plant on A site. Here they, like you said,
I was thinking
to his own devices. I think if you lose that three-man stack trying to hold that door, that's just it. That post-plant is cooked. Especially if Scuba's just a little bit late on that lurk.
It's something like that if you have the refract set up and you can get the spike planted.
Right.
I'm not sure how the timing exactly works out on that one, but
it felt intentional that they were trying to bait out that orbital strike, right?
Yeah.
They need to
get some picks to get that out effectively. It's just everything from there. Scuba just a little bit too late to try to get in to find that backstab. If he's able to get that right as obvious about the drop down, he's probably going to be good for 2 eliminations, but the rest of the team is just already dead.
Right.
So the timing's a bit more wobbly here for NRG compared to what we were seeing on Breeze, and KC are also just a lot more dialed in and in tune with this map.
Yeah, and I love the way Narrate plays. He's such a good Phoenix on this map. He has such good instincts, great timings with the flashes. Reads his opponents incredibly well. This time, that Prowler is going to find the trip. Again, a weaker buy. Funneling these into Mata this time.
Trying to bait Sugetsu into a swing there, but none to be found. Push past that cage, and Kiko will be able to win the fight. Doesn't even take that much damage. Of course, has the heals as well to push him back up towards full very quickly. But spray and pray forward to Canteen. Dawson going to be struck down. Narrate, however,
Narrate gets two.
Pushing forwards, looking for more. Nearly has him lined up. Can't quite collect it, but Aves still going to be good for one more. Nade to the corner. Kiko's going to be dead. No, he pushes forward. He manages to scale past that right before the explosion comes in. Meanwhile, Scuba unable to win this critical fight. It's got to be a one-tap from Kiko, but he can't commit to the plant.
I think he's going to go swing all the way over to A.
Only 35 seconds. He needs to get out of the audio distance to try to go for the sprint. And Levin is already cheating back, so instead, Kiko just keeping it paused for now, and now we'll rescale into B. I mean, it's brilliantly played. Whether or not this leads to the round win, still yet to be seen.
He's got to run it back after this, though.
Still trying to check around, but eventually we'll have to go for this. But yeah, if he can get the plant, get into a safe position. Problem is, Levin has both blast packs, so he can get on top of wherever he commits to this run it back from. Will he even get the chance? No, he does not. Levin will just catch him in transit. And KC with his defuse will move up 3-2.
Oh boy. I mean, it's a hell of a go of it on what is effectively an eco other than the rifle of Kiko, which definitely found purchase in that round. Getting that first kill on Sugetsu. Absolutely insane. Sugetsu can't even do much out of that position, barely touches him. And then Narrate, 2 fast kills with the Phantom. Ooh, beautiful work. And they can't quite answer back. They stack up a little bit there. Scuba can't win that 1v1. Would have been crucial.
Narrate is shooting.
Went fishing for it, was hoping that maybe Levin would get a little impatient. Try to deny the plant. Mata has the op now, though. Save up, big ult available. 1 away from an orbital strike for Brock. Kiko and Mata sitting on their duelist ults respectively. Narrate just spams through, gets Kiko down instantly. That's the run it back on. You're kidding me.
Just another kick to the gut for NRG. 3-player stack now on this north side, just hugging this tripwire. Still to be so worried about Ray and Sugetsu here at B. There's just no easy way to try to get access to the site. And run it back, going to be committed. Narrate spraying and praying, trying to see if he can find anything before this one does expire. But there's the backstab. Levin arriving, instantly able to find 2 players as Brock and Ethan will get taken down. The Phoenix ult gone. But no, closer to trying to get this plant in play are NRG. Completely surrounded. Scuba lucky to be alive, but with this operator, I mean, what are you meant to really do? The first shot ringing out, unable to connect. Now he's going to be struck down. Scuba having to try to fight his way out of here is going to be good for the 1, but has to hightail it out. There's just no way to rescue this round. He'll plant his feet, and looks like KC will show the respect that Scuba earned from that previous map's performance. They won't go chasing, but they say thank you very much. You just handed us an operator as well as a 2-round lead.
I mean, it's just crazy work. The way that they're able to then maneuver on the map. They start just taking space. This is exactly what you wanted to see out of KC on this defender side. They have such a good feel for the flow of this map.
Time pass.
Meanwhile, NRG looks a little rattled now. I mean, that is a brutal way to start the round, too. You throw up that blaze wall.
I think
just get spammed right down. Lose that key ultimate that you're going to have to chew another round through, potentially. They're not going to buy into this. They had enough in the bank. Operator actually not going to be carried over by KC. They opt to not go for it. Are we looking for some kind of wombo here? Convergent paths into the orbital strike, potentially. Ethan starts out on the north side of the map, looking again for KC to get aggressive, but now opt to play a little more default. Boombot's not going to see anything here, though, so they're going to lean over towards B. Scuba starting to clear sewers. Starting to feel a little bit uncomfortable for NRG, like they're already behind the curve in this round. trying to spread the map. They're trying to sell some attention. See footsteps sent out by Ethan. That isn't a ton of info there. So I don't think KC makes much of a change.
That's a quick backpedal Lahan towards that north side to make sure they're not getting pinched here. So for now, because nothing's spotted on Dish, they continue to just leave 3 players on B. KC have a very strong understanding of exactly what NRG is doing. They're in pole position to counteract this.
Let's have so much map control.
Well, they'll run it back from Kiko. Is going to have to go hard in the paint. This paint shell's going to be sent out. Showstopper looking
nice
to go
Kiko.
over Kiko will be able to find the one that orbital strike now going to be called in towards Canteen with a push forward. Delsign able to find those 2 kills. Ethan and Mata both struck down. Now they have to rescale forward. 13 seconds remaining in the round. Brock, the spike in hand, trying to commit in for that plant, but it's going to be Kiko at front. Jen, who's able to find one. But he cannot escape. The round is over. The spike just cycled to the ground repeatedly as Narrate arrives exactly when he needs to. And that costs them so damn much.
This is great stuff from a couple players. DOS9 just on the very edge of that orbital strike, able to push forward at the last moment when they least expect it, finds 2 huge kills. Oh, that completely throws things into chaos for NRG.
Like,
but the
Kiko
thing is, from the get-go,
Kiko is playing like a duelist.
From the beginning to the end of this round,
I
this
don't
was
know,
KC on top of NRG the whole
so
way.
much better.
And that's going to force the second timeout already from Bankar. And it is so annoying how well KC plays this map on their defender side, man. They are so smart. They use their information, their space control so well. And then they kind of surprise you with moments like that where they're aggressively positioned when you least expect it, when you think you've been given the freedom to at least maybe get the plant down. No, no, no.
That's just a pistol on the anti-eco. NRG have been struggling. And even with the immense amount of tools that they had available across all of these rounds, they've not been able to make anything stick. Orbital, Neural, run it back, all committed into that to no avail. Just one little cheeky backstab from Narrate at main.
This is a nice spot.
Picking off Brock before that spike could get into play. You can tell that it's chaotic. NRG, they have no idea where their advantages lie, where they're safe on these sites. If they can't figure that out, then this is going to be us moving over to Haven. Sugetsu will be forced away.
Look at the reads. Look at the reads, though. They know as soon as that arcade orb is tapped that they're going to be given space over towards Dish. They throw out a haunt just to check. It's like they know what they're going to do. It's just like Breeze for NRG, where it just felt like they know what their opponents are going to do before they do it. Same with KC here. They're mirroring them at every step of the way. So now NRG going to keep going. See if they can make this maze a little bit longer behind them to trace.
They want to keep trying to potentially sell the fake, maybe just get a flank going through. So Scuba is going to be sent in behind as Nightfalls are going to be exchanged. Mata the one getting caught by that. As a paint shell towards Sands. Not going to be able to find any damage here onto the waylay. Throw out the ready. Great swing in the corner. Is able to find Kiko. Tucks back out the safety. And Mata just not in position to try to counteract that. No trade to be found. Scuba now dead. The flanker absolutely noted. Sugetsu gets the Neural out. And the jig is up. Ethan able to find one with that Spectre in hand, but it's going to be a hell of a lot more necessary as he does manage to find yet another swap of the guns. 1v2 for the 2-time world champion. No more util to speak of for 15 seconds. He's tucked away. There's been no tap at the door, but doesn't know if that late flank could have come through from Sugetsu had he sprinted down towards the south side. So has to wait this one out. But it will just be the swing, and Sugetsu has him in his sights. 6-2, the timeout's not mattering. The money gone, NRG.
Guys, जब stream देखना make sure
that like KC continue to run away with this map.
So close
I mean, it's
10,
just
like,
so hard to find gaps in this defense that KC has. And again, every step of the way, they're mirroring you. They're re-clearing space. They're checking to confirm, okay, are you actually committing to that side of the map? Yeah, you are. You're not rewrapping through the north side. Okay, that means you had to have gone through sewers, so now we can be ready to pivot and hit you at ropes when you try to break through there. And it feels like NRG just cannot respond, cannot recover. They're going to try another 4-1 setup. There's already a ping out over on this. Feels like KC has something ready.
Raid clash, बहुत important है वो.
Out of ideas. 4-player push to arcade, trying to grab the orb, trying to make an exec happen, but Narrate just peeks out. He manages to find a second one as Ethan will also get taken down.
उसके लिए. They need to get 2 more rounds. I don't know how. मुश्किल है.
Now you've got Levin encroaching on the north side, still going to be contained by that trip for now.
इससे better तो वो PIS against खेल रही थी.
Scuba trying to just slot forward. Lays up, tries to take some space, but even just the spam from Sugetsu manages to connect. Tag to 89. Swing in.
Nice shot, Mada.
Will be able to find the first, but Sugetsu is a little bit faster. Still found. Scuba trying to play around that tiny little gap. Nothing to be found, but he's going to be swinging right into the back
11.
of 11.
1v3 now.
Ready and waiting with that outlaw in hand. Brock now. Try to clutch us out in a 1v3. Just the one molly to try to buy some time. Already. An immense amount of damage going to be suffered. Sugetsu will run him down. Another round for KC. Guaranteeing a lead at the half. And given the way these rounds are going, it's looking to be a monstrous one.
Yes.
7-2.
I mean,
doable है. 2-3 round और निकालने पड़ेंगे at least.
Leaving that extra player out by the trip for a long time. Playing a little bit of contain around the site. I mean, at this point, I don't know what you do. Narrate starts this round off with a bang, finds 2. He's playing so smart around that orb. This time they give him a different look. They are like, okay, they're going to tap this orb. We'll give it to them. We'll make them think that we're not contesting it this time. But little do they know, we lie in wait. That's 7 streaked together. The buys struggle here for NRG. 2 Phantoms, 2 Guardians, and a Bulldog. 11 holding that tight angle. Man, I don't know what he saw there, but he was ready for that. That was just a timing.
Okay, well, one of the best starts that NRG's had for a little while is Narrate. The door's going to open, and Mada's going to be taken down before he can try to go for the dash. Narrate still sticking around, still tearing them apart. Dostine now refilling that space, comes away with a kill, but will be traded back. We go into a 2v2. Spike still at Sands, now alone in the hands of Brock. Leg spotted, head clicked, but Sugetsu has him outdone. Just too many layers for NRG to try to work through. KC are looking bulletproof on Fracture.
It's a little mistake at the beginning. Levin gives away his position, doesn't matter. I mean, Narrate is just so good on this map. It doesn't make sense. He is outrageous with his timings. He just knows. And he's so fast to react. Cycle through those run-it-backs. They always seem to find just tons of value. And this is just so one-sided so far. Let's see if there's any answer. Brock's got another orbital. Kiko has his. They're going to be some way that they can squeak one out, make this 8-3. Get 4. I don't know if it matters at this point. It feels like KC is too good on this map.
The up and over from Mada just landing out into the open. Saturate. Chuck towards the corner. Nothing to be found. In fact, it's going to be Alex finding him through the smoke. Sugetsu gets Ethan as well. And nothing found. Run it back, committed to no avail. Only a smattering of damage onto the enemy fade. And the space that you would love to have for a post plant is very much taken away as Brock will fall. Scuba only able to find the one, but nothing more. 9-2. KC.
एक round और निकाल लो guys.
Continue to beat them back. Continue to demolish. They're looking to make this a 10-2 scoreline at the half and quickly get us into map 3.
Oh yeah, this is feeling like lights out. I mean, NRG's been forcing buys. They've been trying to scrape together some kind of round, some kind of way in. and they just can't get much. I mean, run it back used. They at least still have the orbital strike. The problem is you gave Levin his ult off of the defuse. Sugetsu's going to be 1 kill away from the neural theft, so all he has to do is kill the lurker or just find a late flank and then throw that through and basically probably sweep through the round, you would think. Big push out here, though. This might be, yeah, this is a problem.
Okay. Maybe a lifeline wanted to be offered up here by KC. It's beating the hell out of NRG so much that they started to get depressed about it. Decide, we'll give you a couple kills.
Playing a little psychologist. That's nice of him. Appreciate that.
Well, it's both duelists down. It's a showstopper out of the equation, so one fewer thorn on their side. But, I mean, we've seen so many conversions already from KC that even in a 3v5, I'm not convinced that NRG have this one in the bag.
No. The best news about this is you took out the showstopper. Like, that's actually the only reason I still have some hope. Okay, so only gets one. Can't rip his ult. Abez and DOS9, surely not, right?
You don't have a Nightfall, but convergent paths with the orbital strike. If you can find out where these players are at, line them up, get the wombo.
Hello, guys. 1 second na. 1 second ma.
There's the neural theft. Convergent paths immediately going to be sent, but it's not the combination. It's a little bit disjointed here, a little bit too fast on the draw. Meanwhile, Brock is eating some damage in transit just to try to get that spike planted.
That kind of opens a door.
Silent push forward. Aves trying to isolate them, but okay. The double stack will come away with the kills, and now it is just DOS9. Who looks like he's kind of accepted his fate in this round.
Doesn't want to give him the satisfaction.
Could just be a KD play.
In my Valorant, never.
Yamato knows exactly where he's at, so convergent paths just to lock him in place. They know that they have this one under wraps, so NRG at long last here in round 12 are able to find their first round win since the pistol and the anti-eco. It was 9 in between for KC, a monstrous streak. And if NRG want to bring this one to a conclusion, then boy, it is going to have to be one hell of a defense for themselves.
I feel like going into stage 2 for VCT, Achilleos, that a lot of people are watching this, what KC has been doing on this map, and are going to be borrowing some of what they do and how they operate, and like the protocols they have are so good. I mean, it will be hard to replicate because players like Narrate are so good at Phoenix, it's unfair, it feels like. He's just better than you. He's got great individual reads. I mean, this time it isn't even necessarily all the utility. I mean, he's had some nice flashes, you bet. But he's just getting good reads and then clicking on heads with those phantoms. It's brutal. I love it. I absolutely love it. He has been just stellar to watch on this map here at EWC 2026. DOS9 had a few good moments. Sugetsu played great. He was constantly shutting down Scuba on those lurks. Won the Cypher battle for sure. Yamada had a few moments, but haven't been able to see that Waylay really be the carry that it was in the past, like in 2025. Obviously, yes, there's been some nerfs, but still not a very, very good. Had again, a couple moments, sure. Kiko still putting up numbers, but that was just a masterclass. Both teams on their map picks have their defender sides absolutely exquisitely thought out.
Well, as we so often say, it's got to start from the pistol. They have any shot of being able to get this back, but Carmine Corp looking so damn good on this map. I think even if you feel confident in your fracture, KC makes it through to the next round if they can complete this victory here. Probably going to have to consider taking it off the table. This is just looking too clean.
I mean, yeah, it's almost a must ban for anybody else the rest of the way through. I don't care what your permaban is. I don't know that anybody has a hope. Maybe Heretics, you know, who knows, Vitality on the right day, but right now this team is incredible. Absolutely incredible. And they go over to the attacker side. Just a clear there. So a little bit of presence known, but it's just a Cypher, so that doesn't give you a ton of info here as NRG. They still got the right read. I mean, the heavy gamble stack onto B. Probably saw something in the VOD review and said, probably just going to try to end B a lot. Let's just gamble on it, but now they're getting impatient.
Mata does not have a refract set up, but it still will be good for the first shot. Wants to stick around if they continue to swing forward. He'll get himself a second, but Levin collecting a kill now, and the flash is out in the paint shell. Is at Kiko's feet. Gotcha. He gets struck down. Last pack forward. Brock barely able to win that fight. Surviving with 13 health. That does leave Narrate now in a 1v2, but this is the danger man for KC.
Just a classic.
Just a classic now. Clearing of that cam. Over top of the tripwire as well. Swinging the corner, unable to find that kill onto the enemy Brimstone. Considering the Molly. 9 bullets remaining. Molly on the close side, trying to isolate here, but just not really given fantastic angles. The shots just aren't quite connecting for him. Finds the first, Brock dead. The swing in, and Scuba will be able to persevere. Gets damn close, but NRG will find another pistol. They need so much more from there.
Almost a throw here from NRG, who has a really good read at the beginning of this round on the tendency of where this wants to end up. But then they get a little impatient, start pushing out. The good news is Mata found the right timing there to get that first kill. And then Brock's able to hold the line with the Sheriff. Gets the bounding, blast packing Levin right in the chest. Narrate, I mean, you never count him out. You just feel like he's good for it. So fast, so agile.
He's still able to get those 3 charges.
Yep. I mean, I'm still not comfortable as NRG. Like, this still feels like a scary scary situation going up against an eco. Levin's the only one who buys up. Well, there's a couple bandits in there. I take it back. There's 3 bandits. From a distance, they look like classics. Also, I'm old and my eyes are bad. Leave me alone.
Very true.
Yep. Give me a break.
There's a couple shots out and a triple push down through this double push rather down to this underpass. Orb to be collected, and right now 1 away from having the run it back available. And they're now going to take that as their prize and silently drift away over towards the A side of the map, where Mata not too far off, but
still this
back into a position with that outlaw is going to prove to be even more difficult.
This is, in theory, plantable. It just depends on the timing here from Ethan. Nobody's going to open this door. They're just going to silently bypass it. Set up a player to watch the flank and throw some smokes and potentially get the plant through. Ethan just can't contest this. He's all on his own for now.
A reposition, scale forward from Sugetsu, spotting out 2. Mata now trying to scale up, get onto an angle where he can put that outlaw to use, but Sugetsu just stays tucked. They do not suss this out quite yet. They have any way of clearing him whatsoever is going to be the question. So they're going to refight in towards Halls. The Haunt going to be destroyed.
Oh my god.
Narrate still there, ready to strike as he scales forward, ignoring that Molly. He's able to find the first, looks for the second, he cannot make it happen. Ethan turns back with the classic in hand, and Sugetsu now says hello! Cleans up 2, Aves down low. Levin trying to strike, manages to find the 1, and Brock, the last one standing. Trying to bait him, wins the fight, has the time. But it ends up being so costly, you talked about it. It doesn't feel comfortable, and that is proven. Only 1 player surviving.
The way that KC is using space against their opponents, they're setting themselves up in all these tricky places, and it's making NRG have to think about so much. Then they use their own smokes against them. In the backside, they hide in them, wait for them to come through. Cut right down the middle of the NRG formation. And even Narrate's frustrated, man. He wanted that one so bad, and they were oh so close. A really good attempt from KC. NRG gonna start throwing money into this. Want to get this bonus to go. They know how crucial it is. If they can get this round to go started, they could maybe offset KC enough, but narrate sharp. Ethan down.
There goes the IGL. Dead off the rip. Spotted that tripwire. Make his way back over, trying to reinforce this A site, because again, KC starting to creep their way over here. Seems like they overall do have the right idea. It's just a question of, can they hold the line? Can they stave them off? Invert this bonus. Run it back. Push forward over towards Sansoray. Just getting spammed a little bit, and he's able to find Mana through that smoke. Scuba able to snap him back. He's able to find Levin on top, but he and Brock will both fall, and now suddenly it is just Kiko. Just a Guardian in hand. Given the money, given how much they had to invest because of how close that previous round was, he has to save this weapon. Rotates over, can swap over to the Phantom at the very least, get that upgrade. And perhaps just find somewhere to tuck away and try to play this out quietly. It's going to be a 5-round advantage here in the hands of KC once again as they hit double digits.
And look at the money. Look at the money for NRG.
It's gone.
They bought into this. They felt like they had to convert this bonus if they were going to have any chance in this map. They can't do it. So it feels like this is certainly KC's, and we will certainly be going to Haven. Just so impressed. Love the way this team operates. The protocols they have. Individual play. Again, outrageous how he understands what's going on. Knows where players are going to be.
Give me summary जो भी देख रहा था पूरा मैच अभी तक.
Just seemingly has
अभी तक अगर मैच चल रहा था, I think
a vision in his mind. There is a technical pause, but my goodness,
इतनी देर तक game चल रही था, I think
so good, so good.
हो गया होगा.
Well, hopefully something quick and clean like we had previously. Already, Edwin feels like he's backing off a bit, so hopefully be able to get back into this NRG. I mean, they're holding on by a thread. This is still possible. We know that this is a team that is capable of getting themselves back into a winning position. Just given how, if map fluency makes sense to say,
sure.
KC seem perfectly fluent in Fracture.
Absolutely. There's a couple bandits in there. I take it back. There's 3 bandits.
Cleans up 2. Haves down low. Levin trying to strike. Manages to find the one, and Brock.
No way.
Last one standing. Trying to bait him, wins the fight, has the time.
5-9.
Because you have that Cypher Util over there. You know that they're not coming that way. Okay, you threw your haunt deep that side. You even left a player there lingering a little bit to get some info. Okay, now you can wrap down to the other side of the map, and you can make these fast rotates. You're always all over the place. And you're doing such a diligent job of keeping track, of every single little thing on the map. And then you have some great ideas yourselves in some of these post plants and other things that we've seen that have been really, really devastating to multiple different opponents. Paper X, Kate, and NRG now suffering. And is KC going to be able to do it again? Lose the first map, run back 2 to take the series win. Granted, it was their map pick last time when they dropped the first map. But I think they realized, oh, hey, we're pretty good at this Fracture thing. And NRG lost to Paper X on it, so surely we're better than them on it too, right? Yeah, that is 100% correct so far.
Sometimes transitive property does end up working out. It does make sense. And that is looking to continue here for KC. Up by 5 to get ready to go back into this. Just that one Phantom carried over by Kiko. Slight little investment of the Sheriff for Mata. But, I mean, it's just been few and far in between for NRG to be able to find kills in this map. See just how out-fragged everybody is at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Kiko's been trying, but...
Move on!
Let's go.
Just go to Haven.
Yeah.
Haven जा रहा है, map 3 जा रही है.
Poor Kiko.
The Phantom will change hands. And the question becomes, can Ethan find value with this?
He passed it on to Brock now.
Can Brock find value with this? Ethan on that peak, probably wishing that he still had a Phantom. It's going to be zoned away. Molly down to 71. Mata at the same time. Taking position in halls. Two players on the opposite side, and they're just going to back off. They say, okay, we've probably drawn all of them to this side of the map. We have full control of north side. So let's send the spike there. Mata going to find a second, and that opens up weapons for collecting.
That's huge. Mata, all of a sudden.
Hello.
No way.
Trying to find this, and he will.
Nice one, Scuba.
He wins it out.
Good मिल गई. Spike मिल गया.
Himself in a water.
कि जेब में पड़ा
इसका
spike.
After the
और तू
start.
pick कर रहा है spike मिलने के
Still out of
बाद.
the woods yet. Levin will be able to collect that spike. He could get the plant in play. Obviously,
नहीं
we're
जितना तो बोल दे यार मैंने क्यों देख रहा हूँ
control of the site itself. Ethan tucked into the corner. They're picking that out. Convergent path's going to be sent. Showstopper. Now drawn. Gets lobbed in. Smata. He's been given such a lifeline. They're trying to catch it, but he's going to be caught with util in hand. And what a roller coaster of a round. A devastating start into what looked like a guaranteed thrifty. Then wrested out of their grasp again. KC. They might stumble along the way, but it feels like they're always reaching their destination here on Fracture.
Yeah, Mata has to start re-clearing that space because there wasn't a commit from KC, and he's going, well, they're either taking a pause, and I have to find that out for my team, so I have to throw my body on the line a bit. And he gets 2 big kills. That actually gives them hope, gives them a chance, and then nope, dashed, thwarted. Mata with the op. Moving a little bit further
But this is
forward.
an all in. Okay, spotted the one. Saturate going to be chucked in. Can still take the dash out the safety, but overstays to find another kill. Juan will get the reveal. He's frantically trying to escape. Will be able to do so, but Kiko can't say the same. Tries to go to the rescue, pushing forward, and Aves will be able to strike him down. Trail leading the way at the top of the plant. Not being fully committed to yet. NRG playing a bit of ring around the rosy, but look at DOS9. He might be able to find a monster timing. They are not watching for this at all.
I know exactly where.
Stabs him in the back. The neural depth now. Invested to reveal the final 2 players. But NRG, they go from a favorite situation to now back into a 2v2.
It's going to be really tough. Going to try to double up.
Scuba on the push, and Aves trying to hold the angle, but Scuba will be able to take him down. The Molly now going to be invested. He wants to try to hold this one up to half, and the Molly ends up going too deep. He realizes that it's not connected, so that a fuse can be stuck. NRG, you're rescuing this round, but cannot rescue that operator, I don't believe. It gets taken into the hands of DOS9. Out and away from these players.
All right. Starting to feel like maybe there's hope if they can keep that operator. What a nice little setup they have there. Just outside of that cyber cage, gives himself a little bit of a window. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's a flick he's practiced.
Yeah, we did get the glimpse of it there at the very end. So the operator does get carried over by DOS9, now into the hands of Levin.
Right, so now is NRG. Not going to have enough money for another one. Mata's just going to go pushing again. Feels like big part of the success for them has been taking control of this A main space. Meanwhile, Aves, oh, hold on.
Comeback मुश्किल है bro.
So
Let's
very
see.
at risk.
Map 3 तो है उसे.
Back in the back of that box.
जो बनने तो map 3 जाने का.
Ball in hand.
भाई रे अभी मुझे अभी क्या सीन हुआ भाई मैं तो बताता हूँ अभी just.
A lot of KC now wanting to try to potentially re-clear this. Is Haunt over the top. Has to be cleared by Aves. There's some presence on the north side. Going to be noted. And this is starting to make NRG feel like perhaps this is still going to be an exec on this side. Especially as the Nightfall does get invested. And that's got the rotation coming out from Hawk.
नहीं यार please भी check कर लो.
Paint shell now coming through. Quick pivots back. Having to be done. Scuba still watching on the camp. There's a boombot. The answering Nightfall now going to be going out. Brock with the spray and pray. The full flash connecting. Scuba going to be struck down. Ethan finds that elimination. The neural depth now invested. Getting the ping reveal here is KC. Spotted on all the players is Kiko. Able to cover the corpse. The snapback now able to expound. Finds one, but Aves.
Spike हम पे.
Some in with a player advantage. The Spike still.
Spike क्या throw कर रहेगा
ground here. Just alongside generator.
Holy.
2v3, the operator.
Spike
held in from that main angle.
Nice shot.
Kiko
nice shot.
Across, finds the third, and that should be round done. 11 to bound forward, but no real way to recover this. I'm not sure how he stayed alive for so long.
But they need to win one more round to save it.
Massive 4K.
एक और round जीत जाओ फिर save है.
NRG in this game.
And also,
मुश्किल है लेकिन
impossible
नहीं
to
है.
bail Kiko out. He was dead to rights on that run it back.
Odds still with us.
They thought they had him.
With the momentum. Next round is
just
important.
enough there.
Just enough to call the timeout for KC.
I mean, you get the op back here too. That's huge for NRG. That big piece of the puzzle, seemingly, again, is going to give them, I think here, coming out of this timeout, probably something Casey's talking about is, you know, if that op's going to be an A main, what are we going to do? How do we want to
timeout
around the
defensive oriented
jalda maybe Zeiss feels like they saw some of that space being given up a dish. That's something they could play for a little bit more. Leave an extra player to try to go for the lurk through main to maybe deal with Mata when he's busy trying to help out. Defend the execute from that direction would be something I could consider happening here, or maybe just some fast B hits. Just really put them to the test. Right now, NRG found their groove. They found their answer temporarily, and that's that A main setup. Just either being aggressive or having the op there. And they're not going to go for it this time. They're going to show a very different look. And I think this is wise. Unless, well, they might try to set up a bit of a sandwich outside of the door.
Look at Tsugetsu, though. The Outlaw, 4 half armors, 5 with the regen. So, yeah, everybody going to be susceptible to this.
Smart pie. That's something that, you know, NRG is constantly doing, is going for those half armor buys. So he's looking to try to out-duel Mata, and he's going to.
He's got it. Shades of Nats. Operator on the floor. It's now a 2-2 split for NRG to try to keep this going. Molly going to be spotted off the cam. Brock trying to scale on this angle. He's going to have to use the Molly just to try to cut off access from that RK side. Meanwhile, Pivot's going to be coming in, and
thank God he
does backpedal away.
Still 45 though.
Sends out that operator shot, trying to scare them off, usher them back over towards the heavier stack. Ball in the ride the tower. The jump
nice
on Kiko. It's going to be taken down.
Jumping Kiko ne diya फिर भी उसको कैसे kill मिला भाई क्या कर रहा है ये पीछे
drop down from Kiko, playing this one very boldly as Narrate tries to take that space, can't quite clear the corner, but still will be able to gain line of sight and get rid of Kiko. Back into the player advantage, the back stab, getting ready to come in, but Brock can't even hold his own against the player right in front of his very eyes. Chavez comes up with the goods, Scuba dead, and Ethan now to just grab up that operator. Hold on to it for dear life.
Overheat peak there.
12-7 NRG. They're gonna have to run 5 in a row.
14 minutes of plank, holy.
Just to get this into overtime.
Bro, क्या बोल रहा है?
The money is just not on their side.
No, let's see if he's able to even keep this.
14 minutes तो बहुत ज़्यादा हो गया.
Tsugetsu, isn't going his way just yet. Still a little bit time before it explodes. 2 are gonna come.
They have to know he's gonna have the op. You have to be suspicious about this angle. And they are. No reveal on the haunt, and Ethan still trying to go for this peek and nearly gets punished.
Peak,
and now is none the wiser whether or not he's been surrounded.
I see.
Will be able to retain this weapon after all.
Now it's there, Rico.
Taken out of his grasp.
Well, I am so impressed with this timeout, and they identify the problem and find the solution. It's that A main op, and they needed something, and they found it. And it's a simple little trick. The Outlaw into Tsugetsu's hands to deal with that. And it makes the map so much more difficult for NRG to read and to control. And they start getting put in awkward situations. That orbital strike, Kiko knew it was coming. Had to get out of there. Narrate just too sharp with those phantoms, man. It is so impressive to watch him operate with it.
And speaking of which, it's tower for Mata. No one playing on that side, at least at the moment.
Star players.
Some early contention around a haul.
Force kiya इन्होंने. Obviously, they don't have any.
And this is KC now just starting to probe a little bit. Just trying to push NRG in towards the site.
He's at risk here. And now he's dead.
Elbow
Elbow spot. Sugetsu clips it. Kill is found. And now Mata going to be left on an island. Spike is still going to be dropped back over in the attacker spawn, but right over the side, Alves can recover that. The question is, which do they decide to go for? They've got more players scaled forward outside of B, so they're going to look to attack into this one. And Mata, yes, he does have the full health. Almost certainly would still be dead on the swing. Looking for that shot. And critically for him, it does not come through. Saturate connecting onto one. Alves going to be held at bay. The rotation's coming in. NRG trying to get their players clustered together to hold the line and keep this map going.
Phoenix उसको पे spot हो तो आगे hold कर दो ना.
No sight lines. Meanwhile, Brock still waiting for this late flank. He's reading it well, but this still keeps him contained away from the rest of the squad. We're falling the wayside. PK Brock able to find the one off. Oh no! Tower takes the op into his own hands, and at the cost of all of his health.
Good game. Good game.
That's what it took for Brock to win that with the Spectre. And now it would have to be two of the fastest, crispest, cleanest shots that we have ever seen to keep this map going. They all know that this is the end. Sugetsu, an absolute beast, a monster in these last several rounds for KC. They clean house on Fracture, and they send us to map 3.
It is amazing to watch them operate. The best defensive side Fracture I can think of that I've seen does KC have right now. They are so smart, so with it, and on top of their opponents from the get-go. Other than the pistols, they looked really darn good on this map.
Yeah, and that's another thing to take into consideration. NRG, so many of the round wins, just the pistols and those anti-ecos could barely find any gun round wins throughout this Fracture. That's how clean Carmine Corp was otherwise. And now a third and final map to determine it all, to see which one of these two is going to be pushing forward and which one is going to be going home. But for now, we'll allow for the analyst test to break down that Fracture.
I still just can't believe that Carmine Corp, with a terrible start to the year, have found the form against these level of teams. Fnatic in the qualifier, Paper Rex, Vitality, and now coming up with the map victory against NRG and one win away from playing in front of the blue wall here at EWC Paris 2026. Welcome back to the desk. Degon alongside Kakuka and Big Time. And Fracture, yet again, was a trump card for KC.
Loved it. I love their Fracture. I think they're so good on it. They're really smart, especially that defender side. That's where a lot of teams get tripped up, because you have to be aggressive. You have to shut down the map. You have to deny information with your body. They did that so brilliantly. They understood where to fight. Kakuka, you said you were feeling great about NRG.
You said you want to jinx it. I don't want to jinx it. And now I'm in
true.
Listen.
Classic jinx excuse.
Don't try to play the reverse.
This is not like in log. It's not like the last thing I say is the one that goes, okay? I've been for the entirety from day one saying, wouldn't it be great to have all 5 teams, especially coming into today, having all 5 EMEA teams. But I need to be realistic. At the end of the day, it's NRG that they're going up against, and this is a wounded KC, and why wouldn't they be? It's been a terrible year for them. So I know that the caliber of the players is good, but listening also to Avis and the interviews that he's been given, it is a mental problem.
Yeah.
Now I'm kind of sad that Fracture's leaving the map, poor man, because we're gonna go to him.
Where's this beat all the time?
Yo, you were insane on Fracture, and
which
isn't gonna
there
be
anymore.
KC again.
Yeah.
But jokes aside, and focusing just on this map, there is something that I think is the most promising coming out of this Fracture, and it's the fact that, as you were saying, not only how you interpret this map from the defense, is the amount of refracts that we saw during this game. So many of those duels were traded. So many of those
sure to hit that like
half, let's say, half mistakes, half gambles go in the way of KC. Just
go and we will.
It's because there's someone to battle next. Yeah. And if you add that onto a narrate that decided not to lose against Americas today.
Yeah. I mean, that's exactly the formula, isn't it? You complained after map 1 about how Americas had stolen away Keiko. But he'd been poached away to the other region. But
they did.
You guys poached Narrate. Narrate was over in Sentinels.
No.
He comes back across for KC. He's ready to go.
No, that is is a myth. Nobody wanted Narrate on Americas, and we gave him a chance. And then when he was good, Sentinels came knocking on his door. Rob is here. Rob, I literally say Sentinels, and he appears. You haven't been gone the entire day. Anyway, and then when they didn't want him anymore, we took him back. And this is Narrate.
Well, it's been a great welcome home for Narrate here in Paris. I think, you know, they're trying to do everything they can to get across, play in front of the crowd that will give them so much energy, so much passion. One map away now from deciding that final spot here in this group and eliminating NRG. Could this be the second international in a row where they crash out in the group stage?
Yeah, 7-1 on opening duels for Narrate, and that was the big difference here. It just felt like, as we said earlier, the first two maps of this series, if you have strategies prepared, it is very difficult to try and gunfight your way out of it. And this being KC's pick showed exactly why they felt comfortable on it, and it just never felt like NRG got in positions where they felt comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. I think we spoke about how great NRG were on Breeze, and we also said Fracture's a very different map. You have to approach it very differently, and I feel like I'm always a little bit worried about NRG whenever they're not being able to play their signature roles. When Brock is having to play the Brimstone, things like that, it always just has me doubt a little bit that this team is running at 100% efficiency, and I think that's true. I think they couldn't go toe-to-toe with KC in this one.
Also, to me, there was a little bit of disappointment in this map. I kind of expected more from Mara, especially when we were talking about the attack. He had an incredibly quiet half. We were saying how when Breeze kind of like waste 17 on Harbor just because of what he can do, but
Into the playoffs in front of the crowd here in Paris. It is final. Map number 3. Let's send it on over to Achilles and Paper Thin.
Even the last hurdle for both of these teams. They try to work their way forward into the playoffs. The barrier's about to drop. First on the attack, RKC, and of course, Narrate still on that Phoenix. Saw how impactful it was on the previous map. We've seen it this whole event through. Can that continue when it now matters the most? A best of one to see who moves forward. And it's a quick exec onto an otherwise empty A site.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those big moments for NRG. Looking towards Ethan on that Neon again. Kind of a surprise to see him on a duelist role, but here we go.
Curveball to the corner. A little bit of damage going to be suffered there in response. As Ethan, the first to fall, just trying to put his body on the line for his teammates to go ahead and succeed. The drop down from Scuba going to be able to find it now as he goes into the 1v1.
Kiko.
And Kiko.
भाई क्या हुआ
trades हुआ? NRG continuing to be perfect in pistols. But can they expound from here?
Yeah, it just comes down to that gunfight at the choke and who's going to be able to get over the line. And it's, frankly, Ethan here who does create that little bit of extra space. A really nice flash behind him. Ethan's like, just throw it behind me. I'll tank it. Nice job by Mata. Picking up 2. Scuba as well getting involved. And then Kiko good for it with the headhunter. The buy up for KC just going to be a Sheriff and a Bandit. Oh, nope. No Sheriff. Never mind. Levin changed his mind. Aves, just the Bandit. A little bit of noise being made. Over towards mid. Ethan, a little unsure about taking that fight right at the front of garage.
Ethan with the spray and pray. Prayers are heard. Plenty of damage going to be dealt as well as that kill found. All right, just going to go get healed up by the hot hands.
Yeah, I was just about to point that out. Thank you, observers. It's the trip there, set up by Kiko, being observed by Sugetsu.
Meanwhile, Kiko observing the whole rest of the team, and yeah, heals be damned. Kiko looking to tear them limb from limb. He heard something over here at long. Now with the clear of the recon, knows that there's going to be that prize in. So you hear the orb being taken. Trying to
nice
over the headhunter shots.
Clean.
I mean, not
good clean up by NRG.
Remaining in the judge. Either way, it's a flawless for NRG to start things off 2-0.
Okay. Pretty good start for them. I mean, traditionally, Haven a map, I always really liked the way NRG, especially when the Waylay was in the mix, but now feeling like this map just isn't going to be it. With the changes to Waylay, they try it on Fracture. But here on Haven, having to go in a very different direction. Sturdy stuff from Ethan. Good decision making. Got the little bit of a spot out there before the smoke bloomed. Able to spray down one. Kiko, reliable as always.
Halfway to that tour de force. Now with the change up, shifts over to garage.
Lower the front kill
to play angles where this judge is going to be able to find a good amount of value.
And this should be pretty readable from KC. Almost always that judge ends up right in this spot here in garage behind those doors. It's just how quickly is like Mata going to be able to pivot in there if there is contact or if they try to clear him. Instead, Mata now
दोनों को similar setup है 1-3-1
different direction.
अच्छी read है NRG
assume Aves has a pretty decent idea.
बाकी सब clear है ना क्योंकि A C long clear है A long clear है.
They're going to use the drone.
Smoke falling. Not sure if anything was spotted on the side there by Ethan. Sprint across, now knows that Narrate has scaled forward. Still that trip around the corner, Mata. Consideration. Will just be the hot hands first.
Brock, nice kill.
That smoke to get layered in can still hold the curveballs. Meanwhile, Sugetsu has just been taken down over at A lobby. The late linger from Brock being rewarded with that Guardian at range. Now they're all going to go pushing in towards that Sova. Another shot out. Finds connection. Tag to 70. Shock darts down towards Sewer. Narrate, curveball over the top, trying to breach this position. Meanwhile, Kiko will be found at garage, and that's going to be a re-pivot now over towards B. That trip no longer in action. Mata near enough by to try to offset them here. Paranoia now going to be sent through as well. Scuba collecting one. The run and gun from Mata, able to find DOS9. Now it's just Aves and Narrate to try to clutch this one out. Narrate will be able to strike. Aves still very low.
Grab a vandal. 5 HP है.
Holding on to this
Narrate
one.
hold कर
Trying
रहा
to
है
buy the time. Late drop on the smoke. The TP up and over the top. Scuba now going to be taken down as we go into the 1v1. Narrate still relatively healthy as the curveball goes out.
क्यों ये सब
Second
मस्ती
and
किया है
final.
smoke के साथ?
The tap of the fuse. Brock knowing that he needs to start sticking this one sooner rather than later. Narrate going to be forced away, and that should be the round done and dusted. Brock knows it. Narrate knows it. KC.
3v2
able to
ही
play
गए वो लोग.
anti-bonus, but NRG
Just because
still
सुबह
able
को
to get
मारने
an
में
immense
बहुत
amount
time
of
लग
damage
गया.
dealt.
Yeah, this is really
Narrate
good work
डरने
from
लगने
both
लग गया.
teams. NRG doing such a nice job with their rotations, throwing up a ton of resistance at where they try to
And
get
then
through
had
at
to shoot
sewers.
it
There's
with the
2
metro
walls
defense
used there, the
already.
Phoenix wall and the fast lane, both thrown in. And then they're trying to contest that B plant, but it just was there fast enough from KC. They just made that pivot. Narrate sold it as the Phoenix, and he's able to close out the round. And a little bit of relief on his face, but it's going to be tough now for KC. Still going to be able to get the rifles to go in this one. But on the back foot economically if they can't find a win here in this round. Similar scenes, except now got Kiko, or excuse me, Mata, up at the front door. It's just holding a little bit of an off angle there. Spam catches a lot, 11.
Down to 56. NRG not wanting to give KC anything easily, anything for free. Molly to be sent, Blazewall as well. And that's Aves down to 59. Still, the neutral damage being found in the fights here. It's looking damn good for NRG. Dawson turned back over to the side, able to find the one outside of Garage, but Kiko quickly to scale, chasing forward, prevents him from escaping.
Sound चली गई है.
KC now gets an Aves clustered here on the site. That would give him a Hunter's Fury, but in a 2v3. Suketsu would need to find an elimination to try to make it a little bit more comfortable for them to try to make a play off the ult. He's going to be holding out into the open. Finds that first elimination. Brock dead. Take under from Scuba. Spam the check it forward into the smoke. Another gets layered in. Face forward, Kiko. Quick rendezvous over to the side. And Kiko!
he gets the collapse. Nice, मुझे लगा नहीं था जीत जाएंगे ये लोग.
Damn near the collapse. Gets them in quick succession, and NRG persevere to move up 3-1, denying the tied scoreline.
Oh, that's a heartbreaker for KC. They played this really nicely at the end. They do such a good job in that 2v3, holding the line, get it down to the 1v2. A scrape that doesn't go their way. Some really nice util used here. Good relay bolt to get the kill on the Narrate. Good paranoia there on the DOS 9. But then it's Kiko heroics on the chamber. That is unreal.
And tosses the weapon over to a teammate, grabs the outlaw. Knows that he's going to have free reign here. Meanwhile, Narrate spammed down by Mata, just taking a couple taps out into the open. Walk down to sewers. Avis dead. The spike going to be spotted. Narrate down to 8 HP. Should be a clean cleanup, but no. It's a fadeaway shot on Mata. Backpedals his way out of there, but Sugetsu's still going to be caught at the same time.
Dude, Narrate is just incredible. He is a beast.
But how are you meant to pilot this from here? Spike can be planted. It's a free C site. Scuba nearby. I think he's hearing this noise quite just yet as Narrate's the one slowly creeping forward. As he gets ready to swing this corner, he will be dead. Tuck back, Paranoia ready to fly. Swing out though, and Brock greets him with the Odin, Old Faithful back in hand. Levin feels the pain, and now it's down to DOS 9 to try to see what damage he can get. All of them spilling forward. Quick check back from Kiko, still constantly thinking about these angles of approach, constantly reading his opponents on these flanks. Stops them from suffering any more damage, as now it's 4-1.
Looking into this next round, it's going to be a lot of ults on both sides. Is there going to be a timeout called here by KC?
This
Talk
like
about
the right
this.
moment.
Yeah, I think you have to. You have to ensure that this half starts turning. Unbelievable work with the bandit there by Narrate. Ethan looking pretty okay. He's in the right places at the right times. You would expect that out of the IGL. He's finding his kills where he can, 3 and 3. Doesn't have his overdrive just yet, but every other ult available gets you one away from his, and then there you go. Tour de force. Immediately invested. It has a judge behind it.
TP4, just the default on B. Plan to come in, but Hunter's Fury is going to be far too late. Not able to be committed fast enough. But meanwhile, Mata, he's able to shut down Narrate's ult as well as find Levin. Now pops his own, sprinting over into back sight. Spots the enemy Omen, cleans up DOS9. Effectively 3 kills for him. Meanwhile, Ethan making that contact, and he pushes Alves out into the open for Kiko to collect that kill. Molly out from Narrate, the window being watched. Sugetsu, however, just too many angles to try to clear, to try to protect. It's Kiko. Can just keep this Cypher contained. Sugetsu, nothing more to be done.
What a good round after.
He has to hold on to the weapon.
What a good round after timeout, bhai.
Will find him, and he is surrounded. And finds the one, but Mata will find a fourth as NRG find themselves up by 4.
What a pincer setup here for NRG. I mean, they're happy to give up this B space because they have so many layers behind it. They're pushing out from long A, from long C, immediately off the rip. I love the way Ethan just baiting a little bit there for Kiko. And on-site Mata goes absolutely crazy with that run it back. Finds so much value out of that ultimate. Multiple kills. Shuts down Narrate's ultimate. And now the timeout. Seemingly going to be here.
It's still a couple ults to use, but you committed 2 into that.
Yep.
From the shadows as well as they run it back. They're trying to make a go of this, and now you're going to be on a weaker buy. There's a lot to discuss, a lot to try to figure out here because, I mean, if you're KC coming into this, starting on that attacker side, this is where you should be finding an immense amount of value with that Phoenix Neon.
For sure. And you're going up against a Phoenix Neon too. That's the concern here, is that, you know, in theory, the attacker side power should be there for NRG as well when we flip. Just KC has been thwarted, and it's really good stuff from NRG. I mean, they're taking control of long A pretty consistently, and when they do give it up, they're quick to rotate back to it to set up for the flood retakes. Let's see. Are they going to go for any kind of early Hunter's Fury? Maybe that's what that early drone was for. Try to clear some space.
Even then, still fairly risky. Is Ethan has killed 2. Just goes sliding in the long. Cleans up that kill. Levin will be able to peel one back. Knows that enemy Neon still going to be in position and has to try to take him down, but Ethan holds his own for at least one more. Is eventually able to get that elimination. It's a ton of damage on the Brock, but just cannot confirm the kill. So Narrate again.
Phantom
having up that Phantom has the spike.
Narrate is scary. Narrate has Phantom and a curveball is scary.
Up the space for now. Playing together, not wanting to give him any potential individual picks. Any isolation on these kills.
Make a little bit of noise, and that sends Narrate packing.
Half of this, and he's got
to go all the way to
fully
C.
Re-clear, but all the way to C. Starting to run out of time, especially when you have to clear so many angles. Trademark still available as well in Garage. That's exactly where he's going to be going. Clears that out, and now, I mean, if he pivots back into B, these players are going to be in transit. They made, I think, a bit of noise. Perhaps he was just on the outskirts. Being able to hear that either way. This way in the corner of the spot. Brock has seen him. Tries to clear the recon. The ping comes in, and Brock, despite being at 10 health, still will be able to win it out with that Odin in hand.
Brock with Odin is so good. Brock with
There's no one else like him.
That is very true. He is a maestro of the Odin. 11 almost. If he gets Ethan there, I think there's a real good hope, but once Ethan's able to hold the line, I mean, a big 3K for the duelist IGL of NRG. Who would have thought we'd ever be saying that? 2026. Still, Hunter's Fury, Neural Theft. Now Ethan has his ult. Oh, that just missed Levin.
Nice one, Mada.
Quick peek. Mada able to find Levin. Solid shot, though, from Sugetsu. Gets rid of him. Denies that run it back from being able to be effective in this round. Meanwhile, the neural theft getting the reveal. Brock on the peak, trying to escape. Paranoia will connect. He frantically does manage to backpedal away. Now there's going to be further presence at Sewer. Yoden in hand, and the right can't keep it.
What a short way.
Ooh, they were trying to sell a bit of a fake over at A. But NRG has been really aggressive on this defender side at times. They picked their moment to push out B and profit.
इतना भी call दे रहा है कि please
now look
give
at
it
this.
back to C, guys. C लग रहा है, C
Pretty
feeling
convinced
आ
that
गया.
A is no longer going to be the destination. They're going to group up, and oh man, DOS9.
Just around the corner. I mean, he could absolutely ruin their day here. Gun barrel, I think you have just about spotted. Two of them, in fact. And Scuba will be the one paying the iron price. Back into a 3v3 we go. So now hearing the plant. Sugetsu works his way up into window. Ethan on the approach. Gonna draw this attention, but Sugetsu for now trained in towards that defender's side. Goes for the peak, and Ethan will fall. Brock just not at any kind of angle to try to counter swing this. Meanwhile, an attempt to no scope through the wall. Kiko will still be able to find it with a headhunter. Back into a 2v2, but the Hunter's Fury is available. Have to get the tap to try to draw this one out, and there it is. Kiko is going to be... Oh, no, he's... Okay, now he's hit him. He's just going to stick it. He's going to try to stick it. Doesn't have quite enough time. Oh, for a moment, KC. They almost squandered that completely. As the initial burst of the Hunter's Fury had not gotten the tag.
This is a wild round. And it felt like, again, NRG was just going to be a step ahead, but DOS9
it should have gone to
tucks in there.
NRG's way, to be honest.
Right outside of grass. That was the difference maker. This right here completely set NRG off balance. They were grouping up. They were expecting to have some free reign. Try to maybe spread in the long and in the garage. That got shut right down. And they had to scramble a little bit. Brock, not sure if he connected. Yeah, he did.
He did.
Narrate is very unhappy.
Quite a big way.
Yeah. Is not ideal.
Meanwhile.
Oh, goodness.
Nice.
Just found Sugetsu trying to tuck away that C-long cubby.
Oh, goodness.
Molly, Blazewall, chucked into the garage. Mono will end up getting taken down. Levin with a nice shot. As really bolt gets sent over towards Platt, but it's a tuck away. Scuba staying flush against the wall. Spots him out. Levin just not quite looking in the right direction.
Is he not coming back? Don't worry. Yeah, all good.
Scuba now TPing down to the sewer, trying to see what this approach is going to be. But Kiko, he's the one, Johnny on the spot.
Oh, what a paranoia.
Saw the hand. The curveball will connect. The overwhelm will come in. Narrate able to run him down. But look at this around. Scuba in around the back. Here's the tap, the check. DOS9 now watching the window. Will be able to find that kill. And suddenly, round win back on the menu for Carmine Corp. Ethan tries to play this one quietly, knows that they're going to go re-pushing back into this, and Ethan has the transfer, has them both dead, and has NRG up 7-2.
Wow. It looked like maybe it was going to be another round where KC was going to be able to salvage those early disadvantages. Narrate tagged up, but he can heal himself. Sugetsu down. You're losing players. You're able to clear out garage window. What a nice little play there by Scuba. It hedges his bets. He can go back to C, or he can stay in sewers if there's confirmation on this B hit. He throws a paranoia, but Kiko not able to take advantage of it, and that opens the door for Narrate. Then Ethan just clean with it.
KC from here, I mean, even if you can get up to 5, it's still going to feel pretty damn rough. And NRG, I think they won it all. Not satisfied after that previous map. They're only really being able to get a smattering of success outside of the pistols and anti-ecos. They are running away with this Haven. And the onus is absolutely on KC to do something about it. From the shadows or run it back available. Lada similarly has his on the other side. Currently positioned at garage. Recon cleared, Blazewall set up, cuts off That trademark for now. Relay bolt going to be dodged. Now the answering run it back going to be sent, and that's going to be him dead. Mana, no cover until Brock arrives. Revenge for a fallen teammate is DOS9. Noted, and the spike is still on the floor. Brock is feeling it as he's just jumping the corner with the Odin.
Yeah, bhai, what's up with these calls?
I knew where Narrate was at. It's just Sugetsu that they really have to try to assess.
Interesting match chal raha hai.
Swing in, Ethan. He'll get the goods.
Nice.
For the final two, yet again. 8-2.
जिसने अभी
NRG.
डिफेंस चालू किया, like
So firmly for KC.
क्या बोलते हैं? ब्रीज पे एनआरजी ने डिफेंस पे चालू किया था, they won dominantly. Fracture पे केसी ने डिफेंस चालू किया, they won dominantly. एनआरजी डिफेंस चालू कर रही है अब, let's see. Do you wanna play unrated after this? I can do one, sure.
Out into the open, moon maneuver. I mean, the maestro in full swing there. Beautiful.
It depends if it ends before 9-10ish. I can. I might have to go out.
All this to try to set up Kiko. Hadn't gotten spotted. Narrate goes back for a little bit more. A second glimpse, a second peek. And he hits the floor dead.
Yeah. That's what, like, my calls are about.
The experience of playing against the Phoenix on the previous, but it feels like NRG figured out how to deny Narrate value at every twist and turn.
That was a huge pain in the butt for them on Fracture.
वापस से लोग disadvantage पे आ गए.
Narrate has got to be so frustrated. Try to scale up into B. It has been left sort of open. I mean, Ethan is kind of watching it. About this garage presence. Nobody home.
Volley out, and Scuba just disrespects that. Eats the damage from his teammate. Casey, no one's gonna go pushing that
Casey
angle.
come back, so it takes you 2 hours.
It's right there, ready and waiting. DOS9 able to find another with that
I didn't
stinger,
think
but now 11.
they will.
Pressure building on his shoulders. Trying to get this jump.
Scuba,
trying to get
no.
this catch, and he will be able to do so. Scuba going to be taken down. Mata is there to cover it, preventing him from scaling over to grab
Always
that
can't
weapon.
do it. He's the same guy who just whiffed sword on a stationary target.
With this Sheriff, it has to be
I don't think he can.
crisp and clean shots to make a go of it. The first player going to be spotted out. Overdrive going to be popped. Shock Dart try to soften him up, and it's just going to be Ethan sprinting at him, running him down.
By Ethan using his leg to his overkill.
Much like NRG have been steamrolling KC on Haven thus far. They are looking to make this 10-2.
I mean, some of these mid-round ideas from KC are quite nice in the scramble, but it's just not enough. You're just hemorrhaging too many players early, giving over so much to NRG. It's the pick, it's the setup here, disrespecting your own util to go for the kill. DOS9 finds 2 nice ones, and then that's opened up the map. It's given a bunch of question marks for NRG to have to deal with, but superior weaponry, superior numbers, are able to get the job done.
Well, Narrate going to try to utilize an Odin against them as Hunter's Fury is going to be going through. The relay bolt committed in. Ethan's going to be good for 1, but Levin has the trade. Spot out onto the enemy sofa at the wall. A little bit too trigger happy. Will not be able to find it. So NRG, the trap play, not really going the way that they would have liked, but they do critically get the smokes player out of the hands of KC. That's going to make
actually the smokes are down
for sure
for attack.
And you can be a little bit more aggressive as NRG, especially with that spot. Easy. Easy for Brock.
Here's ping reveal, just no idea. They couldn't get pushed from behind like that. Jump in the corner of the op in hand. The curveball going to be sent out. Kiko does get blinded up, and the spike can be planted. 3v4. Mata and Scuba going to be taking their time. They know that Sugetsu's going to be somewhere a little bit more unorthodox, a little bit more unexpected. Mata
nice shot, Mata.
Totally ready for Aves, and now they know the Odin is here as well. The paranoia connecting, and Narrate just cannot slink
just
away. Sugetsu now.
Sugetsu can't do it, but it's really
He's got to make his presence known. He's got to find something, and he's got to do it right now. The defuse is just going to be stuck, and that's it. 10-2. This half is over. A couple clean shots from Sugetsu, but to no avail. NRG up by 8 at the half.
Who cares?
Yeah, really impressed with how they're able to handle this. And look who it is at the top
easily
of the
jaggy
leaderboard. It's none other than Ethan, the IGL, the new duelist for NRG.
His second time. He's playing it on Ascent. He's playing it here now on Haven. Both this very tournament.
I love it, man. How fun is that?
See how the first outing went.
Not great.
It's 15 and 22.
Like, it wasn't great.
Yeah.
But he's looking really comfy here. I mean, again, he's done a lot of the selfless plays.
You know, I played CS 2 days ago. The aiming is so easy.
Kind of been that player
I think, doesn't it
holding down mid for this squad on this
Valo?
defender side and doing a really nice job of it.
It seems harder than Valo, to be honest.
When he wants to use his relay bolt, it's a very smart player, and you know, may not be the flashiest, but because of his brains, he's able to make it look like Braun.
Of course, the other layer to this is because you widely do have these mirrored compositions, it's just a difference in that Sentinel.
No, the movement is harder than Val, but the shooting is easier.
Talked about it, the chamber being able to very much help contain the double duelist. It's got a ton of firepower in its own right.
Val movement is way more cleaner, I
these
think.
rounds from the outset, the barriers drop.
So round to throw kiya
and KC just haven't
like
really been able to put
so
it
wala
together.
round.
When you have a player the caliber of Kiko on a chamber,
और
he
ये
can
narrate
pretty
का
freely
1v3
put forward, take aggressive positions at the start of these rounds, come away with opening
हाँ
picks.
ये like 2 round जीते हैं ये 2
You're gonna
round.
have a bad time.
Yeah.
वरना
For
it could have been a 12-0. 12-0
Kiko
round
is so good in so many different aspects. Unbelievably talented as that player. What a great pickup for NRG he has been. And then you always have that threat of Brock. Never know where that's going to be, where the Odin's going to be. He doesn't even need the Odin, to be honest. He's incredible with every gun. That's something that I think is underappreciated about Brock, because he's so good with the Odin that it overshadows how good he is at everything else. Saw even in that last round, teed himself up for a kill. Used his util, catch a player as they're trying to escape long A.
If memory does serve, it's 5 for 5 on pistols. NRG looking to make this 6 now. As KC, they do want to get proactive. Quick exploration out of garage. Meanwhile, drone to try to keep that interest on this side of the map.
Oh, I love this.
Chavez on the peak, able to spot him out, and now KC getting the bad news, having to go for a quick pivot. Fast lane going to be set by Ethan. Chavez tucking back, takes a couple shots. Now they know he's on that sewer side. Spike in the hands of Ethan, but it's going to be Scuba able to find one, but Avage quickly trades it back as Kiko will fall. The headhunter now out of the equation. It's
3v2.
bloody back and forth between these teams. Brock, however, this late linger, he's going to be spotted. 11, he's just going to leave him there. Fake the exit.
Oh.
Smart play.
अच्छे दिमाग लगा 11
a 2v2. I'm not sure where he's going. Ethan now trying to clutch this out all alone. Spots them both. Fakes the one side. The frenzy can't get drawn up fast enough. Avez will be able to find the 3K. KC get a pistol under their belts. They still need 7 more just to tie this up.
Yeah, again, the individual play from some of these players on KC today has been really, really good. Even on the maps where they're getting beat by NRG. This time it's Chavez. Plays that so nicely. Tucks himself into sewers. Does a great job just being patient. Nice little outplay from Levin onto Brock. And Ethan not ready with the frenzy in the right position of that. He had a chance to maybe get one and then dash back behind the dice, but didn't have his crosshair in the right spot. Wasn't able to convert. No buy up at all here for NRG. They know that KC is going to be pressing, so no reason not to save a little bit extra money. DOS9, hello. Oh, goodness. That was close.
Yeah, not much damage going to be suffered after all. They're right now sprinting in. So far, this has been unread, so he will be able to go ahead and take down 2. Ethan as well, trying frantically to find anything else. Nothing else. It's not a flawless, but KC still do keep 4 players alive and carry a ton of key weaponry into the bonus.
For sure. DOS9, a big sigh of relief there. Can feel the pressure mounting. Their tournament lives on the line, and they are very far behind right now, our Carmine Corp.
They need to be 10 rounds in a row.
And just nothing really for Ethan left to do at that point.
6 more rounds in a row.
Rifles in the hands of NRG now.
To tie things up.
Bonus, very strong for
Very
KC.
important.
They're going to really, you almost feel like they need to convert this. Get back into this map. Put them 5 down if they can.
They might just be hitting B again, though. Give it a second go. Narrate, the only player nearby enough.
Well, yeah, you're right.
Curveball through. It's going to be a shallow molly, just trying to prevent that potential scale over towards that A connector side.
Nice one, Ethan.
Able to counter spray him from backside. Narrate going to be taking down shot. That's going to be lobbed in, but on that
nice
jump peek, Aves will end
बहुत
up losing
दिख
his
रहा
life.
They were so ready.
Now firm control.
They were so ready for that double shock.
They avoid it all, and I mean, KC, got the money to try to make the play of it. Just don't really have the numbers on your side. Ethan's at 4 HP, still able to find another. Setsugetsu on the arrival.
4v2.
One-way smoke, Cage to try to prevent, but still no one onto the spike. They know that they have to abandon this, go their separate ways. NRG just suffering the one casualty. Will keep 4 alive as they deny the bonus conversion. They move up 11-4.
Saving.
Starting to feel like the end is near.
Merit ने buy किया था ना इसलिए. Getting workout done slowly out of
taken by
the way,
NRG
so I
to
don't
talk about
have
how
to
they want
later.
their util to land on that execute. It felt like.
That's actually
Once
nice.
it ripped, Ethan gets into the back and he does the heavy lifting again. He
not
has
been working out.
Stellar.
Been a week.
I mean, again, it's more about using that speed to get into an optimal position. And he's able to win that spam fight. What a turn on 11. Sure, he ends up dying in the long run, but he'll take that round every day of the week. 16-9 now. Has his overdrive already. KC going to be able to get rifles. A little bit of money on one player behind all that.
That's got to be the round. It's got to go their way. Setsugetsu the only one really with a bunch of cash still remaining.
They are.
As
nice.
We'll just clear out that trip. Passing going to be set up, and Kiko, okay, not ready for the scale forward. Aves with a very nice start. Meanwhile, Ethan going to be overwhelmed here outside of B. Wada just a slot forward, keeps it quiet as the curveball does connect. Pushing forward, Brock now trying to scale on this angle. Levin missing him. But if he continues to scale, if he just checks back over towards long, he'll have him dead to rights, and he does.
Yep.
So far, so flawless for KC. Exactly what they need. Jumpstart that engine and roar their way back into this.
Kiko पे buy नहीं है. Ethan buy दे देगा.
Honestly, you might just save at this point.
I think you are.
It's NRG. You don't really necessarily need to, but you might as well because.
The rate's one away. Aves is one away.
Yep. That's just it. No reason to give over any more orbs.
Okay, 11-5.
Yeah, I think here just NRG, it is a different look than the previous round. Of course, they're not going for the fast B hit, but this time around, KC kind of goes back to something that works so well for them on Fracture, which is being aggressive on the defender side, and they're going to need to be. Just like we saw with NRG on their defender side of Haven, when you're running double duelist like this, it requires you to be a step ahead. This time they were. They're going to find a bunch of big kills because of that.
Good chance.
Another round should be okay in the money department, I would think, for
KC.
KC.
देख रहे हैं, make sure to hit that. Like we are just 2 legs away from 10. Just करवा दो.
Yeah, huge.
This is well piloted NRG. Not ready for these backstabs to come through. Something to be assessed. As they look to try to close this one out, but Aves now, the Hunter's Fury, going to be online. That overdrive still in the back pocket. Can save that in case this round doesn't go their way.
12-5. होने वाला है. Prediction.
For now, just some early fishing and very slow approach overall for NRG. Just grab that orb outside of C-Long. Just Scuba to get that from the shadows online.
Why does it feel like अभी भी बहुत difficult है
NRG के लिए? Makes the adjustment, realizing that KC had found a potential weakness. And that was just to be a little bit more aggressive off the rip, but instead, they fortify B early. And then they're going to fan out 2-1-2. NRG begins to explore the map somewhat themselves. You've got Kiko tucked into a corner.
TP this side, the spot of the Paranoia going to be sent through as well as now the Hunter Fury. Hunter Fury does get committed, but Kiko trying to scale up into C, trying to break things open. Ends up falling to the wayside. And this pivot To be absolutely devastating as the rate is completely unnoted. Scuba now dead, and NRG scattered to the winds.
3v5.
Spike needing to be rerouted. Called back into the B site, Levin. Waiting at A connector. Can they clear him out? Yes.
Oh, nice, Ethan.
Been able to find the kill, but do they go for the pivot? No. We'll pump the brakes and maybe look to just trying to get this plant on the A connector side of B. But defending from here, the 3v4 going to be damn difficult.
You cleared DOS 9. A lot easier.
Run it back, going to be committed. DOS 9 for now, going to be contained. Ethan gets a shutdown. Raid's ult going to be denied away. His Aves going to be spammed out. Ethan finding the other. Now the overdrive going to be popped.
What important overdrive है ये? Nice. Lash को पता है killing का. बहुत ही प्यारा round. बहुत ही प्यारा cover up. जो भी हगा था starting में बहुत ही प्यारा cover up.
Garage out into mid. And even for DOS 9, a player of his caliber, this should be impossible. He knows it. Just try to back away, maybe get a final elimination there on to Brock, but they will go their separate ways. Ethan will be heard. DOS 9 wants to try to get that kill, but Ethan's cleared the corner. And NRG will move up 12-5. Match point is theirs. KC needs 7 in a row to try to take it to overtime. Otherwise, their run here at EWC, their dream of playing in front of this Parisian crowd, will absolutely
one more round to go.
Collapse.
It's just got to be heartbreaking when you have your strength kicked out underneath you. You have your 3-man side isolated and dealt with. You know, they saw DOS 9 on his own. They knew that the other 3 had to be over the other way. So NRG has to make a decision in that moment. Do we try to spread? Do we try to play someone one-on-one against DOS 9? Try to get that 1v1. DOS 9's really good in those scenarios. Or do we just group up as 3? Ethan as his overdrive says, guys, when they come at us, we're ready. And we can just hit the nitrous and go right at them.
I mean, hindsight is 20/20. But it, again, feels like this is a timeout that needed to be seen in that first half. When NRG was just running away with it. Just not enough wiggle room. Your back is up against the wall. And granted, yes, it is possible. 7 rounds in a row. It's been done before. It'll be done many more times across future tournaments, and I'm sure even at this one. But for KC, the way that they've been looking compared to the previous map, the way that NRG's been looking compared to the previous map, it just feels like it's a bridge too far.
I mean, the funny thing is it wouldn't even be the most ridiculous comeback we've seen at this event so far if it happens. So we'll wait. We'll buckle in. We'll have to see. Ult cycles a little bit away. 11.
Dodges that stun and does manage to plant his feet. Finds Mata.
Wow.
DOS 9 gets Kiko, and okay. Whatever was in that timeout seems to be working. Ethan eventually able to clear that one out, but curveball fully connects, and Narrate will strike him down. Scuba has to backpedal away from the Blaze Wall. KC, again, slated to try to find a flawless round win. Exactly what they need to try to snowball from here.
Back to a save.
Should be. Some of the more critical ultimates not quite getting ready to be set up aside from Sugetsu with a neural theft. Seems like Ethan is spurring them on, though.
Well, gotta check this angle. They beat Aves. Maybe. Just maybe.
We've been watching for it. The face in. Fadeaway shot. Doesn't suffer any damage. And they're off. Sprint forward going to be coming through. Paranoia going to be chucked in. The drone blinded up for the moment. Molly does land. One player going to be spotted out. The TP up into heaven for Scuba. Plan to come into play, and they're going to look to double re-clear this. Smoke going to be cycled in, but now it's just Scuba all alone. So gets able to find it to jump out of the smoke. Scuba, the spray and pray, rewarded with 2. Up to a 3rd now in this round. Make it the TP. The tap it of the fuse, and what a way to close this out if Scuba could get it done. Just so very unfavored. Spots him out, the counter spray looking good. And it will get them over the line, but Scuba makes it costly.
You already told this.
The round goes to KC.
Yesterday, day before yesterday, I think.
All right, again, KC matches some of this early B main pressure.
Against Red Force.
They want to take the fight at grass. and they're going to be successful in this one. I think I'd like to see a change of ideas again from NRG. Feels like to me they're trying to close this map out by just brute forcing their way onto B one way or another. Scuba able to come up with some crazy in the kills up in heaven there.
No, it was against
yeah, okay, timeout NRG. Yeah, I mean, I think this at this point, like, say, hey, let's go back to maybe playing a little bit slow off the rip. Let's spread out a little bit. Let's give Kiko the opportunity to maybe win some 1v1s at long C or long A. He's had a rough go of it, to be fair. KC has done a really nice job of shutting Kiko down in the early parts of the round, which is complete opposite of what we were seeing on the first half of this map. So credit where credit is due. KC's been able to keep the chamber in check. But beyond that, it's actually been the Neon that's been a huge problem in some of these rounds. So I think as NRG, I'd like to just see a little, frankly, a little more defaulting, a little bit more just kind of respect being shown at the early parts of these rounds. KC, when they're finding value, it's when they're getting aggressive early and catching players out. Stop that, and I think you're probably okay. Or maybe just rush A. Who cares?
Run it down! Well, maybe just a roll of the dice at the end of this. We'll see, but ping reveal out.
Not spammable.
No damage to be suffered. Playing back on safe sight lines.
It's a neat little setup with their relay bolt. Makes it hard to clear that dart.
They still are able to get slotted decently far forward here with Mata. One charge. Gets him a run it back. Back around mid. Brock making sure that they haven't gone for this deep forward scaling. They now know that there's a camera somewhere out in the mid. They haven't quite cleared it, and there you go.
It is. Well, got a lot of map control now as NRG. It's just you don't have long C, so KC can lean a little bit more BA. But you might, I mean, the funny thing is they've left Sugetsu over here. A lot of times teams will just leave that player in the cubby by themselves. But with Sugetsu there, this makes this actually really tricky to clear. You smoke the front of the choke here, you can maybe isolate this, but you know Narrate potentially good for a lot, and Sugetsu's going to be able to give him the early warning.
It's all a bit of a bait for Narrate, and there you go. Swings out, finds a kill. Kiko going to be taken down. Sugetsu and Platt is able to find Mata as well to boot. Turn to the side, and Narrate holding his own. Eventually will be flushed out back into a 2v3 as it's Brock and Scuba yet again. Try to make a miracle happen. The plant having to be committed to the paranoid fly. Scuba not going to be caught by that. Finds the first, looks for the second, doesn't manage to connect it. Swing in, and Abbas has the follow-up again.
12-7 close हो रहा है तो unnecessary close हो रहा है.
Close, but they
I'm
cannot
trying to
close it out.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is just maybe overthinking things a little bit for NRG. Even though Kiko's been kind of in the vicinity of that cubby, and they know they're like somewhat aware of it. It's just the execution here from Narrate and Sugetsu is just way better. And they're ready for that extra layer, that pinch in through the double doors of or just the garage itself. Okay. Now what's the answer behind this? I mean, Mata's got his ult. Brock has the Hunter's Fury, but Narrate has his ult. Sugetsu, Levin with an operator too, with the overdrive.
Casey, you got to keep this going. Do not let the Thrifty find the value. Do not let that be the way that you drop this series. NRG are more than capable of it.
Good.
Backpedal going to be coming in, and Kiko finds a headshot. Levin dead.
Again, इन्होंने 50 निकाल दिया ना, बहुत खराब होगा
KC के लिए. Taken here on the side is the run it back, going to be committed. Mata's now expiring. Shock darts out. Abbas will fall. Narrate going to be snapped back as Scuba finds him with a stinger. A 4v3, the Hunter's Fury going to be called in. Looking for that contact, but Kiko's collecting the operator.
They just won a 50.
And KC, I beg of you.
They just won a 50. Holy shit. But
it feels like it's fallen on deaf ears. There's Narrate now. Has to pull off a 1v4. NRG looking to make this a 13-7, and on the swing, Kiko has him pinned.
NRG qualifies for playoffs. NRG qualifies for playoffs. Let's go.
Eliminate KC from EWC 2020.
Yeah, मैं crowd का wait कर रहा हूँ यार. It's so plain without the crowd.
Themselves in the playoffs of EWC. Really nicely handled. A great game by KC. Really, really impressed with this team at times. Their individual play, very high level. Their fracture, some of the best you're going to see, period, end of story. But NRG just a step ahead on Breeze and Haven. But Carmine Corp fans I think you should start to have a little bit of hope. They look really, really strong.
Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, this should be an inspiration for the fans of this team, of this organization, as they get ready to go back over into Stage 2 at EMEA. Unfortunate that they won't be making it onto the big stage in front of all of the fans here in Paris, but it is NRG. At the end of the day, you have to know who you're playing against. There's no real issue here. I don't think you should ever feel too bad about dropping a series to a squad of this caliber. They are the reigning world champions for a reason. They managed to punch their way through. They showed their perseverance. Yes, some things to certainly work on. When it comes down to that fracture, but they're trying new things as well, and it's looking clean. Ethan on that Neon, something that needs to be discussed more, so we'll let the analysts do that as we pass things back over.
Thank you very much, Achilleos and Paper Thin. Great cast on the day as it went the distance here between KC.
Look guys, I will be also going now. स्ट्रीम बंद करने की बारी आ गई है हमारी भी. सो कल मिलते हैं. वी आर गोना स्ट्रीम वैलोरेंट रैंक्ड कल सुबह भी. आज भी किया था, कल भी करेंगे. एंड देन कल मैचेस है नोंगशिम रेड फोर्स के एट लेट्स प्ले. नो वी कांट, इट्स टू लेट. It's too late. Wait, let me check tomorrow's schedule. No, yeah, we cannot. Tomorrow is MIBR versus AGAL and Nongshim Red Force versus G2. तो कल के मैचेस विल बी फायर. MIBR को देखने में तो मज़ा आती है हर बार. एंड नोंगशिम रेड फोर्स वर्सेस G2 विल बी अ मैच, और रीमैच जो फायर होने वाला है. लेट्स सी विल NS विन इट अगेन और G2 बदला लेगी. तो आज के लिए बस इतना ही. वी प्ले टुमारो. कल आते हैं, शायद एक दो रील्स डालूंगा और तो कुछ नहीं. तो आज के लिए इतना ही. और सावित